It is 3 p.m. in Rotterdam, 9 p.m. in Klang, Malaysia, 8 a.m. in Kingston, Jamaica, and 6 a.m. here on the west coast of beautiful Southern California. Today is October the 6th, 2022, and we are live at the Long Beach Coast Guard Base to share with you all a very special moment for the ocean cleanup as we are about to tow Interceptor 007 from the Coast Guard Base to Ballona Creek, next to Marina del Rey. I am Dan Vanderkoy, and yes, for the next 5 to 6 hours, we are going to be towing this beautiful machine over here that you can see to Ballona Creek. We've been working on this project since about October of 2019, and today is the day. We have boats all over the place here. We have a tugboat from Curtin Maritime. We've gotten the okay, that conditions are okay to do this, and so we're in full go mode here. I'm on the Maverick. This is a little production boat that we've made. I've got a whole team of people here. I've got my social media manager right here. This is Vic. Vic, introduce yourself.
Hi Dan. Hi guys, I'm Viktorija. I'm the social media manager at the Ocean Cleanup. I'm so excited to be here. It's such a special day. Not only are we towing Interceptor 007, the first interceptor in the United States, to its deployment location, we're going to be live from all our projects around the world, including the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So I'm here to monitor what's happening on social media. Please leave your questions in the live chat. We'll be monitoring these, answering them. Some of them we'll pick live. Yeah, great. So excited for this day ahead.
But how fun is this for you too? This is the first time that you've seen an interceptor in real life also. So what's your first impression of this thing?
My first impression was, wow, it's bigger than I thought, and it's so beautiful. How amazing is it? Not only does it clean rivers or intercept plastic in rivers, it is also such a cool machine. It looks like a spaceship. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and we're going to be, it's still very early in the morning here, so you can see it's a bit dark, but we need to tow this early because this is when the conditions are the best. So we have been told that we need to be towed out by around 6 a.m. in order for us to make it to Ballona Creek sometime before 12. Because that's when it gets a bit rough. We are actually taking this thing out to the Pacific Ocean, which is a bit tricky for a tow like this. And so yeah, it looks like they're getting underway here. But over here, I got my Captain Blue behind the helm here on the Maverick. I've got a live drone guy over here named Aaron. He's with Transition Productions. We would not be able to do a production like this as the Ocean Cleanup. We are a small nonprofit, and so we get people excited with us in projects like this. What we thought we'd be doing is following the Interceptor like we normally do for the other previous Interceptors, and we'd just be tagging alongside. I'd have a camera. Normally I'm on the other side of the camera too, This has been a bit interesting, but we document all of our interceptor tows. We document everything at the Ocean Cleanup because we know the importance of sharing our story with you all who support us. Our partners love to see it. You guys love to see it. It helps us. It makes something like this exciting. The thing is that we have to always remember this is not an event. This is not something that should actually be happening. We're towing a river cleanup system. This is something that at times you think, hey, why are we making such a big deal? It's a river cleanup system. We're cleaning rivers. But we share the story. We want to be fully transparent with everything that we are doing with you all, our supporters. So this is one that we're doing that's live. So we have this live drone. We get people helping us. We got Wes Carter from Atlantic Packaging who's hooking us up with some of his friends, Live Crew, Transition Productions. We're just going to be covering this thing and see what happens. There is no rhyme or reason to any of this, but we just want to share it all with you. And I know that there's a lot going on in Rotterdam right now, too. So I'm going to toss it over to my buddy Alex Tobin, and I want to see what you guys have going on over there. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Dan, it's great to see you, man. Even though it's still a bit dark out there, I realize you guys are up at a hellishly early time of day there. I am indeed in Rotterdam at the heart of Mission Control here, coming to you during this whole live stream. This is going to be, I'm surrounded by our engineers, our scientists, the whole crew here. You can probably see some of them behind me. I'll be popping in there in a minute to ask them a few pesky questions. We have a lot of people here who'll be watching along intently upstairs on our 7th floor. We're all really following this mission, and it's so great to bring Interceptor 007 to her new home in Ballona Creek together. But first, before we get into all of that, there's going to be a lot of information coming your way. We do realize that not everybody out there might know in detail, and you don't have to, what the Ocean Cleanup is and what we do. So we've prepared a little video for you, and it goes a little something like this.
So at the Ocean Cleanup, our mission is to rid the world's oceans of plastic.
The real complicated part of this puzzle is that everything is interlinked.
What we need to do is 2 things. 1, we need to clean up the legacy pollution. 2, we need to close the tap.
Everyone's ready?
If we have the motivation and we have the skills, we will get there.
First few years, we really focused on trying to understand the problem and map it, which then became the basis on which we developed our solutions. Our philosophy is to learn as we go and iterate our way towards success.
Good luck! We've just passed the Golden Gate Bridge, the iconic moment.
Every hour is a small victory, and every plastic piece that we all catch is a small victory.
So we have a major structural failure.
This is normal. Welcome to the world of cutting-edge technology. The plastic is within arm's reach, literally. We can't be that far away from getting a system working.
Whoa! Yeah, it's all tiny particles also.
What is the next logical step?
Boyan always thinks about improving.
With this machine, I truly believe that we're on the right track.
Dirty river comes in, a clean river comes out.
That's a teddy bear.
This is the day, this is the moment, finally.
Time has come now to deliver on our promises.
It's so beautiful to see this.
Whoa! Oh. The most exciting thing in the world, to me.
We have shown that we are capable to repeatedly harvest large amounts of plastic.
Let this mark the beginning of the end for the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
Imagine if we do get this done, we could truly make our oceans clean again. That's a future to look forward to.
Well, there you have it, folks. In 2 minutes and some spare change, in a nutshell, this is what we do at the Ocean Cleanup. And trust me, if you stay tuned with us today, you're going to learn a lot more. Now, while we wait for the Interceptor in Los Angeles County to get going, and it's early there, so, needs a little time to warm up. Let me kind of walk you around here a little bit, show you in the back here. I don't know if you can see behind my glass. All the way in the back, we have our control room. We've got a crack production crew. Yes, they're waving. They can hear me. They can see me. And they're pulling in all of the feeds from all of our projects, a lot of our projects all over the world here. So that's Ace Crew, and their job is daunting. I've got the easy work. I'm just standing in front of the camera. But what they're doing today is beyond belief. As I said earlier, I am not alone here at Mission Control. We've got engineers here. We've got scientists here. And I'm going to walk into the next room here and just see who we have hanging around, looking very formal at a table here, like the Politburo is having a little meeting here. But if you could just introduce yourself and say what it is that you do at the Ocean Cleanup.
Hi, my name is Nisha, and I am responsible for setting up all the partnerships that together make the Interceptor work.
Thanks, Nisha. And I think we'll be talking a little later. I'm going to go around the other side, if that's possible. I'm giving our cameraman a real workout here. Go around here, and I have with me somebody to my left who is...
I'm Alice. Hi, I'm one of the senior project managers here in the Rivers team, and my role is to make sure that we deploy interceptors and interceptor solutions across the world.
Excellent. And you'll have noticed already that this is a good-looking bunch of people that we have in this room here. And you're in luck, folks, because you're going to be seeing a whole lot more of them today as they dip in and out, have a chat with me. So, you'll have to take me in this whole thing. But, you, sir, with a very well-groomed beard, who might you be?
My name is Fedde. I'm a mechanical engineer in the Ocean team. So my role is to come up with a solution and make sure that this plastic harvesting solution is operated in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
And that's going well, right, Fedde? We have a solution, right?
We have a solution that's working as we speak.
We'll talk more about that later on. Thank you, Fedde. And who might you be?
Hi, my name is Stella. I'm the Catch Management Director here at the Ocean Cleanup, and my team ensures that everything we catch from oceans and rivers does not return into the environment.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people out there really want to know that everything that we fish out, we're not just, we do not want that to return anytime soon. Now, this last person, I don't know who he is. We should have called security on him, but some of you might recognize a familiar face here. Last but not least, could you please introduce yourself and please tell us what it is that you do here, sir?
Alex, we've been working together for half a year or something. You should know by now.
I don't know. You're in and out. You're a busy man. You've got other stuff on too.
True. Yeah. So Boyan Slat, founder and CEO at the Ocean Cleanup. Of course, some responsibilities to, of course, be making decisions and driving the organization, but at the same time, try and spend most of my time more on the science and technology side to make sure that stuff works. And
well, if we look at that screen right there, we're seeing images of Interceptor 007 being, hooked up right now and ready to deploy to Ballona Creek. How does that make you feel when you see stuff like that? Does it stay exciting?
It does, for sure. Yeah, it's super cool. Of course, it's the 10th river we will be in so far. So it's So of course, you do get used to it, but still, I mean, it's just hardware in real life, seeing shit happen. I mean, I don't think that will ever get...
Dropping the S-bomb right away, so early in the morning. He's the boss. He can do that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. That's okay. That's okay. We'll keep it light here, everyone. I'm just getting a message that we have, and we're going to have this all throughout this live stream. We're going to have a chance for you at home or wherever you may be to send in your questions via social media, via our various online platforms. And I'm already hearing, thanks to Vic, prompting you earlier that we already have a few questions in. So let's see if we got time to take a look and see what has come in. I have in here a question for Boyan. Oh, well, good that I'm standing right next to you. Boyan, and this comes via Instagram from Luca Grisendi, personal trainer, so always good to know personal trainers. Why don't you involve celebrities to support and promote the cleanup?
Sure. So there are a few involved. Good example is Coldplay, who are now touring the world, and with every concert they show imagery of the ocean cleanup. And of course there's many that just, like Luca himself, presumably if it's a he, that share our stuff online. So that's, of course, we're thankful for. Of course, the more people know about what we do, the better it is. But yeah, I think, of course, yeah, I don't really like some non-profits are kind of really, it's all about the celebrities and about the show. Of course, the main thing we want to show is what it's about. It's about cleaning the oceans. But of course, if they can amplify that message, we love to have them be part of this, of course.
All right, cool. I hope that works for you, Luca. And we got time for one more question here. That's a question coming in from Just Mickey. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sorry. While I got you on the spot, you're in the hot seat here. Are you inventing new and revolutionary inventions, and do you have plans for the future? Now, keep this short, because I know you can go long on this. Boy, do you have plans. But, that's what's coming up?
Sure, yeah. So I'll limit the answer to the ocean cleanup, okay? Cleaning the ocean, big issue. It's where we're now. So, of course, with oceans, with rivers, we have stuff that work, but we're not ready yet to scale this to 1,000 rivers, to ultimately 10 systems in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, and then ultimately all the other patches. So where we are now is that it's all about maturing in terms of the technological solutions, in terms of the organization, in terms of how on earth we're going to fund this scale-up too. And that's what the next year and a half are really all about. That also means that, for example, to drive down the costs of what we're doing in the ocean, we have very exciting new inventions that we're working on to make the things more efficient, to make the things more cost-effective too. And same goes for rivers. Of course, we have this portfolio of Interceptor Solutions. We need to improve those to maximize the efficacy of those solutions in the rivers we can already tackle. At the same time, we know there are quite a few rivers that we can't tackle yet. We've not seen all 1,000 rivers yet, so we don't know exactly how many we can. But we do know is that ultimately we need to broaden this portfolio of interceptors. So we need different kinds of interceptors to be added. And of course, we are now spending a lot of time to see what's the next type of interceptor going to be. And of course, we're very much looking forward to sharing that with the outside world too.
Thank you, by the way. Speaking of interceptors, I'm just getting word that there's a little bit of action on the ground in California, or just off the coast of California. So let's toss it back to Dan and the crew out there in Los Angeles County.
Thanks, Alex. It is looking good in Rotterdam for sure. You guys you have quite the team over there. I recognize almost all of those voices. The last guy I can't really recognize the voice, but I assume you know him pretty well. Well, we are underway here. We are towing off. It was a bit hectic when we got started because we're doing this in the dark again, but we're now going alongside at about 4 knots next to the Long Beach Coast Guard base, and we have things under control for sure. So pan over here for me a second, Jimmy. This is where our operator and our lead for this project, Chris Reichard, and our jack of all trades guru operations guy, Alex Mills, another Alex in this broadcast. These guys are going to be watching this quite closely over the next 20 to 30 minutes. This is the most important time for a tow like this. This is when they're monitoring what's going on inside. We're towing this with the 6 bins in there, as you can see. And the tricky thing with this one is that it looks pretty calm and smooth right now, but if you look off in the distance, which you can't see because we also have a little bit of fog on top of this, but that you should start seeing a green light. This is the Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse that's out there. This is actually the only lighthouse in the world, I'm told, that emits a green light. And we are aimed towards that, because once we reach that point, it's going to be kind of a historic moment for us here at the Ocean Cleanup. That's when we're officially going to be in the Pacific Ocean. So why is that important? Well, first of all, it's the first time we're towing an interceptor into the Pacific Ocean, but we also, as you just heard earlier, we have this ocean cleanup system that we call Jenny that is currently in the Pacific Ocean as well. So we will have both an interceptor and an ocean cleanup system in the Pacific Ocean at the same time. So that's kind of a cool thing for the ocean cleanup. It's not to say that it will be the last time, but it is definitely the first time. So as I said, we're going at about 4 knots. This is the pace we'll go likely throughout the whole thing. And it translates to about 5 to 6 miles per hour for people on the land. And let me give you here just a quick rundown of the map of where we're going to be going. As I mentioned, the first landmark that we're going to see is the Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. Once we reach this point and we're in the Pacific Ocean, we're going to head starboard. And once we have a land crew also. So once the sun comes up, hopefully they're going to be able to see us through this foggy mist. But they're heading right now to our second point, which is the Angels Gate Park. This is there's a lighthouse there as well. And that's going to be where we're going to check in with them once we get there. We're picking up the pace a bit here, as you can probably hear the wind. And another point we're going to hit is the Point Vicente Lighthouse. All of this is on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. This is one of the most beautiful places in Southern California. It's unbelievable to see, and I'm hoping that the sun will rise in time for us to see this. We're planning on it, but with the fog, we really are kind of not sure. So let me have 1 second here. I want to give you guys a quick history about this interceptor project. The reason that we're doing this is we have a little video that we want to show you. It's a bit strange to think that we are in a place like Los Angeles, but we are here. We're going to be deploying this thing in Ballona Creek. And let me see if I can get the control room to queue up this video. I want to let you guys know the backstory for why we are deploying this into Ballona Creek.
Well, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I really here? I keep having to pinch myself a bit. I've never been to West Coast USA. This is completely new to me. It looks very different to what I had in mind. It's quite impressive, actually, just walking around and seeing just trash that is accumulating along the riverbanks. The causes for the trash are very different here from what I've understood over the past few days. There's a lot of homelessness around here, and yeah, there's a lot of trash accumulation that gets caused by that. And yeah, when the rain comes, it kind of washes it into the waterways and it goes out to sea. So we'll be putting Interceptor 007 at the bottom of Ballona Creek. Everything going fine by October 2022.
It's a beautiful place on a perfect day. But on a perfect day, you can typically see this crud floating out here. Kind of ruins the ambiance. But yeah, whatever we can do to clean it up, I'm all for it.
This is Ballona Creek, and behind me you see the Pacific Ocean. And this, about 250 meters from here, is where the Interceptor 007 is going to be deployed. We are very close to LAX International. Actually, it's a 10-minute drive from the airport to get here. So I would say this is going to be the most visible. Look, we're in a highly urbanized area. It's going to be the most visible interceptor on the planet, and very accessible for people that want to actually see one in action. And that is really the benefit of this location. People are walking, strolling down here. There's a lot of bike traffic. No, it will be extremely visible. Yeah. And it will tell a story. And like we've seen in other deployments, it will create an awareness of the problem. So it's not just about the ocean cleanup or the interceptor or the amount of trash that it will take out, but also about the message that we have to find a way to avoid trash from getting into the ocean.
So that right there is Interceptor 007, which will soon be shipped to Los Angeles. Normally we ship them in containers, but this time, due to it being very costly to assemble in LA, we assembled it here and we're shipping it just like this across the Pacific Ocean.
So we are finally getting to see the Interceptor. It's going to be taken off the BBC Africa. The vessel behind me here, we've gotten it out of Malaysia. We finally got it into the US, and we have a few months to go, but this is the first step in finally seeing it installed in Ballona Creek. It's encouraging to see that local governments are willing to, work with us on projects like this, and really, they see the opportunity and the benefits that something like the 007 Interceptor can bring. I'm also a little sad that California needs one, so it makes me it inspires me to try and, do better for a state that is supposedly one of the greenest in the US, right? But I think it's very important because I think while it's maybe not one of the craziest rivers we've seen so far, but I think this is going to be a great learning opportunity, and it'll bring a lot of awareness to the fact that so many waterways around the world are polluted, even in such clean cities like Los Angeles.
I think we understand that there's so many challenges that the residents of LA County have, and one of the biggest things that's come to our attention over the recent years is the trash issue, specifically in Ballona Creek, and finding innovative ways to try to tackle that trash issue for the residents and keep our oceans and beaches clean. I think that's a really important mission to have. So I feel very blessed, and it's been a cool ride to be a part of this.
I think it's now just a little bit about after 5:30, and we have officially tied up at the Coast Guard station. It is beautiful, and now it's just going to wait for October, and then we're going to see how it sits in Ballona Creek.
And it is October, so we timed that pretty well, I think. Here we are. We're right next to Interceptor 007 as we are heading towards the Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. And I want to give you just a little bit more of a backstory about this Interceptor 007. Back in October of 2019, we introduced our river program at an event in Rotterdam. This was one of our biggest moments at that time for the ocean cleanup. That's when we announced the Interceptor program. And from that point on, we pretty much hit the ground running. We all know that back in 2020, we were hit by COVID, so that put a pause on some of the things, but we did keep going. One of the special interceptor projects that we announced there at the event was this Interceptor 007. And that was special thanks to the Board of Supervisors of Los Angeles County, and special support from Supervisors Hahn and Mitchell, as well as Director Pastrella from the Department of Public Works. They all helped this make happen, for sure. California is a very important state to the ocean cleanup. Not only is it the home of some of our first ocean system, but it has a lot of people that really can see this problem and really want to help us with this. We run into people all the time that are like, we're so happy that you guys are here. We've read all about this. It's an amazing thing. So we really feel the love in the state of California, for sure. So almost immediately after the event, when we were there back in October of 2019, the construction of our interceptors began, and we started building the 3.0s with a partnership with MHE DMAG Kona Cranes. So this is a company in Klang, Malaysia, and they have taken on the role of building this 3.0, as you see here. We have 2.0 interceptors, which are in Klang, Malaysia, and Canto, Vietnam, and Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. We'll talk more about these throughout the next 5 hours, I'm sure. But this is one of the first 3.0 interceptors. We do have another 3.0 interceptor in the Klang River in Malaysia. This one was bought by that band that Boyan was talking about, this famous rock band called Coldplay. These guys are cool. They have really been hands-on with this project as well, and it's been cool to see the support of this type of we deal with a lot of partners, and partnerships are extremely important to us. And oh, look what's happening here. Sorry, quick pause. This is our operations boat, if you're seeing this. On this boat, we also have, in addition to Alex Mills, our operations guy, and Chris Riker. Look at Alex. The reason we don't have a mic on Alex is because he probably knows more four-letter words than the average person. So we're trying to keep him not as live as possible, but we will try and talk to him at some point. But no, these guys are great. I travel a lot with these guys, and we do a lot of work in random places, and you find yourself in these hilarious situations. So we're getting closer to this lighthouse here, the Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. I want to get back just to the history of this one again. So this interceptor was built in Klang, Malaysia at MHE DMAG, and then it was shipped from Klang, Malaysia in a barge all the way across the Pacific, where we met it in Long Beach back at the end of June, early July of this year. It was lifted off of the barge on July 1st, and it was brought, as you saw in the piece, it was brought to the Coast Guard. And one of the people that has had a really big role in this project is Alice Collins, and I'm hearing that Alice is coming into the mission control there. Is Alice there?
Yes, I am, Dan.
Oh, I know this voice.
Hi, Dan.
Alice, how are you doing right now?
I'm good, thank you. Really excited to see this coming together.
Now, Alice, you were out here in March, and we were walking along Ballona Creek, and we were seeing some trash along the edges, and this project has got to stand out to you a bit as one of the first big projects you worked on for the ocean cleanup. What does it mean to you to now see this thing being towed towards the Pacific Ocean?
I mean, it's a really exciting moment for the ocean cleanup, for me also personally, because I worked on this project since March 2021, and I handed it over to Chris early in August this year. So it's really an exciting time, to be honest. Yeah, good job, guys.
Give me some of the facts about this interceptor. I mean, you being so hands-on early on, what was the storyline like for you? What was the process of getting an interceptor to where it's coming to the United States?
Well, I mean, this interceptor is not going into one of the top 1,000 most polluting rivers, so we know that. But the choice of why we went for Ballona Creek, so that's an interesting kind of backstory to have. So within the local context of LA County, this is actually a creek that causes a lot of pollution towards the ocean, and it has caught a lot of attention recently because of the issue of trash reaching the ocean.
Yeah, and one of the important things with this project is that this is a pilot project. We're not going to be here for much longer than 2 storm seasons, right?
Correct, yeah. So the agreement with the Department of Public Works is to...
What do we hope?
Sorry. is to have the Interceptor there for 2 storm seasons. That's the agreement. So this is a pilot. It's important not to forget that. The aim for us is to test this technology in a different location. As we know, every single river, every single location is different. And we'll get a lot of learnings from here. This is the first time, for example, that we'll get the Interceptor deployed with a V-shaped barrier, meaning that both barriers will be connected to the front of the Interceptor. And we'll be testing this Interceptor in saltier waters than we've tested elsewhere, with higher flow rates. So it's going to be a very interesting learning curve for us as well.
and you've kind of shifted your focus from Los Angeles County to another project that we have. Tell me about what you've been working on lately.
Yeah, sure. So I've been focused more now on Clang, so the interceptor that you've been talking about that was funded by Coldplay. So we have 2 interceptors in the Clang, 002, which is a 2.0 interceptor, and the 005, which is a 3.0 interceptor. And we're part of a wider program in Clang to actually clean the river there. So we form part of a wider program called the SMG program. And yeah, the interceptors are already operating, have been operating for a while now, and showing very promising results.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alice, it's so good to hear you. So here, enjoy this shot right here. I just had Jimmy turn here to the Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. We are moments away from reaching the Pacific Ocean. The interceptor's looking good. The tugboat's looking good. We're feeling good. We're getting in more of a rhythm over here. You got to remember, folks, this is not something that we normally do. That's the joy of the ocean cleanup. We always get put into doing things that we're not always 100% comfortable with, but we take it on because we are a small team, especially on the communication side. We love telling the story. We have a great team there. I know that the mission control, we have a live drone just buzzing by us right now. This is amazing. Look at this. This is a FPV drone coming to us from GoPro. We partner with GoPro on a lot of our projects because, of course, it makes a lot of sense. Look at that thing. That's amazing. Wow. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, so we have GoPro with us. We have Live View with us. We wouldn't be able to be doing this without the love and support that we get from Live View. Live View is it's like having a satellite truck on your back. And these are these little backpacks. I don't have one I can show you here right now, but it's hooked up to SIM cards, and we're streaming live to you from boats. It's important to remember that. There's going to be some flaws. This isn't the Super Bowl for the Americans watching. We are a small nonprofit. There's this green light right here. All right, folks, listen, I would say that we are getting quite close right now to being in the Pacific Ocean. And it looks pretty smooth. I think Alex and Chris are going to be quite happy with this. I know there's a lot of other engineers and people sitting on the 7th floor at our headquarters in Rotterdam right now watching this quite closely too. Because right now we are in the Pacific Ocean. We just passed this breaker wall. We have horns going off on this lighthouse, drones. This is a great experience right now. The sun is coming up, the fog is lifting. Here's Interceptor 007, aka 007. Do you think that we didn't choose that number on purpose? Why do you think we have this here in Los Angeles? We are quite close to Hollywood. Without making any super references, I think we all can know what that number represents. And here we are in the Pacific Ocean with an interceptor. I think we're good. And we are also in the Pacific Ocean with an ocean cleanup system. This is pretty cool, I think. Very, very glassy water. We are not seeing too many waves or swells coming. So let's toss it back to Rotterdam right now and answer some more of these social media questions that are coming in while we just make sure everything is under control here. All right, Alex, how are you doing over there? Is everybody excited watching this?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me, Dan?
I can hear you, Alex.
Okay, great. No, there's so much excitement here. So I just, we've got so much stuff coming in on social media that, we want to answer those questions. But I think first, though, can we maybe introduce what the Interceptor is even? I think we have a nice video package about that to kind of familiarize people with that. So let's go to that first, and then we'll tackle some of your questions here in Rotterdam.
At the Ocean Cleanup, our mission is to rid the world's oceans of plastic, and part of that is to prevent more plastic from reaching the oceans. With our research, we found that rivers are the arteries that carry the plastic from land to sea, and what we found is that just 1% of rivers is responsible for almost 80% of all the plastic going to the ocean. So if we stop the plastic there, we have a really good shot, I think, at rapidly stopping more plastic from going to the ocean. So with our interceptors, which we put into the mouth of the heaviest polluting rivers in the world, we hope to catch the plastic before it becomes ocean plastic. Now, 1% of rivers sounds easy. In a way, it's good news, but on the other hand, it's still 1,000 rivers. So that's a large number, and we want to do this in a matter of years. So, of course, on one hand, it's really important that we have solutions that are scalable, that we can just build many of in series. Of course, that's what's really ingrained in the philosophy of these interceptors. But at the same time, we've also come to learn that every river is different. As one of my colleagues always likes to say, if you've seen one river, you've seen one river. If you think about things like tidal differences, current speeds, the width of rivers, the depth, are there vessels or not, what kind of vessel traffic, do you have water hyacinths, so these green plants like you see in this river or not. So there's all these different variables, and ultimately if we want to be effective at closing the tap, we need to always be able to have an effective solution for every one of these 1,000 rivers. We need to have the right solution for the right river. And that's why we have this portfolio of different kinds of interceptors, where we can always choose the right solution for each of these different set of circumstances. So besides the Interceptor Original, we also have the Interceptor Barriers, combined with an Interceptor Tender, which is a mobile solution, so you can service different rivers. It's for any river, for any country where we need to deploy, we need to set up consortia of partners to make this a success. So you need the government relations, in terms of permitting, etc. You need an operator to run these machines. You need a waste management partner to make sure that the waste collected is properly disposed of. So you can have this sort of network of partners around it. So helping to create a buzz in the country, help to secure the right partners, I think that can tremendously accelerate that process to really deploy interceptors at a high rate. When I look at our team, I see a group of people that is extremely dedicated and has this mindset of, okay, we might not have figured everything out, but we'll find out along the way. We'll learn by doing, because ultimately these things may be difficult, but the ocean doesn't care whether we find it difficult. This needs to be done, and eventually we'll find a way.
And finding out along the way as we go is very much the motto of this live stream too. It's hot and hectic here, and we have the right people at the right place at the right time here at Mission Control in Rotterdam. And we've got some more questions coming in from you guys from social media that I'd like to get to with the people in the room. And we're joined by, no, we've seen all of you guys, familiar faces. So Nisha Bakker, you're sitting next to me. You are our partnerships director, if I'm not mistaken. And I have a question coming in via Facebook from Fab Aubry coming in. He wants to know, we're sponsored by Coca-Cola. His word sponsor, I don't know, you might have an issue with that. But was that necessary, this sponsorship?
Yes, this was a very deliberate choice to work together with Coca-Cola. You would say that we work together with partners, first of all, because of the funding, but there are more reasons behind it. And the biggest reason behind working with Coca-Cola is that they have a global presence and are everywhere, and literally every corner of the world is where you can find Coca-Cola. We have to roll out 1,000 rivers, also in a lot of corners around the world.
Sorry, when you say we have to roll out 1,000 rivers, what do you mean by that?
That we aim to clean 1,000 rivers, and we're deploying solutions such as the Interceptor that's being towed today, but we're doing similar things in other countries as well. And to get that done, we need a local network, and we need local operators, local waste managers, and that's the reason why we work with Coca-Cola. They can help us set up that network and help us find those partners. Okay,
thanks. I mean, it isn't, a partnership that on the surface might not be intuitive for many people, but I think that goes some way to explaining the thought process behind that. Actually, while you're in the hot seat, as I like to call it again, I've got a question, but you can kind of fight with Boyan over this, who wants to answer this one. We've got a question coming in from Jose Carreras. Now, I don't think it's the opera singer because he is sadly no longer with us, but it's a different Jose Carreras who wants to know, at the ocean cleanup, is money still an issue, or is it just time? Who wants to field that one? Is it? Yeah. Okay. Ladies first, I would say then.
No, money is definitely an issue. We need money to scale up, and we're just at the start, so there is way more to come.
Okay. Maybe you want to focus on the time aspect of that, Boyan. Do you ever feel like a day is long enough, a month is long enough, that there are enough hours in the day?
No, I mean, sometimes we joke, can we slow down the rotation of the planet? So just to...
We're working on that, though, right?
Are we?
I've seen some beta projects being planned, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought we agreed we wouldn't talk about this on camera, but...
All right, it's been nice working here then. Yes. Okay.
No, but seriously, I mean, so... Of course, I mean, there's many things that limit us ultimately between where we are now and mission accomplished, and these things vary over time, right? So sometimes it's permits, sometimes it's funding, sometimes it's team and recruitment. So essentially, what we're doing is we're pushing on all these buttons at the same time to ensure that we have the runway, and of course, once one thing is not a critical path item anymore, something else will automatically become that. So in short, funding is always something that's needed. I mean, of course, we don't have the money yet to do this scale up, and at the same time, of course, we still have a lot of work to do ourselves to have the technology and to have the organization be ready to then scale.
Well, this reminds me of something, and this is by no means a telethon, but there are many ways that you at home can also help the ocean cleanup, and it's not necessarily by just sending us money. It's also, you can put in some time, you can volunteer with us. We have job opportunities on our website, many ways that if you want to get more involved with the ocean cleanup, please don't hesitate to visit our website, theoceancleanup.com, and take a look around and see how you can get involved. I think we might have time for one more question. So the man who has been spared so far in the middle, our managing director, Jacob Fonteijne. Fabian C. is asking, if I remember correctly, 100 rivers worldwide transport most of the trash to the ocean. Will this Interceptor 007 be at one of the 100 rivers? And how many of the 100 rivers already have an interceptor? So it's a multi-part question, Jacob. Do you want to have somebody else step in there? Because I'm not sure the facts are entirely correct with the question, but.
Well, it's a difficult question. I guess that what we can say is that the 007 is not going to one of the top 100 rivers. I mean, that is a fact. And I think with regards to the top 100 rivers, that we currently have about 5 deployments that are ongoing, that are operational. We have a few others that are being built. We are looking at many others, so we're in full swing to actually address the top 100 issues. But we're not there yet. That must be clear, obviously, yes.
All right. Thank you, Jacob. And we'll be speaking to all of you even more later. So don't leave the building and don't enjoy the party all too much just yet, everyone. If Dario, our super cameraman, could just follow me around here, I am going to walk backwards very elegantly without hitting anything. Go back to my little cubby hole here, where we're going to link up with Los Angeles and Dan van der Kooi. So, yep, I'm on that camera. Let me see here. Dan, are you out there? Yes, you are indeed.
Alex, hello.
Hello.
Things are rocking and rolling here. We are under control now. How
I can
are
see you. I can see you even now. The light has permitted me to see more than the silhouette of you. Hey, Dan, before we start getting too folksy with each other here, I was just wondering, why are you the person who is out there in the dark this morning?
Well, this is what I normally, as I mentioned earlier, I'm the guy behind the camera that follows tows like this. I cover anything from being in the North Sea to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. I've actually been on every single interceptor project that we have at the Ocean Cleanup, and we document our story. You know, we're out here. This thing is amazing. It would almost be a crime if we weren't out here documenting this and sharing it with the people that make it possible. So I'm just the lucky one that gets to hang out in boats and film with drones and tell the story. I get to talk to guys like Chris and Alex over on the operations boat, put stories together like you saw earlier in the 007 Interceptor Solutions piece. But, you know, yeah, it's kind of one of those secrets. You want to be like, yeah, I have a tough job at times, but also it's not so tough. I mean, we're pulling up along the Palos Verdes Peninsula right now. You can see Long Beach Harbor over here. So to answer your question, this is normally what I would be doing. This is my job description, is to tell the story of our Interceptor program. And so here I am doing that, just in a different way, Alex.
Yeah, and I mean, suffice to say, some people will be slightly jealous of what you're able to do. And you've been on a few Interceptor tows in the past. Now, I was wondering, what were those like from your perspective? Were they much different than the one that you're on right now?
Far different than the one that I'm on right now. Yeah, normally it's just I'm with the operators and we're on a boat, we're watching it, we're getting it where it needs to go. I'm flying a drone. But, you know, in terms of the actual tow and the technology, it's quite similar. These things go super slow. As you can tell, we're not going much faster than 4 knots because they're not designed to, they don't have an engine on them, they're not self-propelled, so they need to be towed. It's just that normally we're doing them in rivers like the Klang River or the Rio Ozama or the Canto. And so, yeah, it's kind of similar. I think we're lucky. I've been out here. I've been to Long Beach a few times already for this project, and it's been rocking and rolling a couple of times. I know a lot of people were nervous about this, but I think everybody could be quite happy with this. I've been on the Klang River at times where it's worse than this.
And Dan, I have to ask, because we're there for a reason, of course. This is all great, you know, that we're out towing this, and it's quite spectacular and stuff, but we're there for a reason, and that's to get trash out of rivers so it doesn't enter the ocean. And I kind of want to ask you, since you've been on so many of these, what have you seen in terms of the problem in some of the rivers we have our interceptors deployed in?
Yeah, it's at times shocking to me. I say often that there's times where I'll sit on the front of an interceptor or before we're deploying it. I do a lot of research trips with the research engineers too, and we find ourselves in positions that just as a human you sometimes you see it and you can't help but get choked up, because it's like, you know, it doesn't belong. You know these rivers shouldn't be like this, and the landscapes are so beautiful around these rivers, and yeah, it makes you really wonder what we do as humans sometimes. And so, yeah, that's pretty much what I think at a lot of these tows that I go on.
And this, of course, has a special Los Angeles County twist to it. What are you doing? What are you pointing? Yep. Oh, it's there. Man, you're sharing. See, our colleagues are good looking, but you've got the star of the show. Yeah. I'm looking at a drone coming in that we're landing right now, and we got it. That's our live drone. Yeah. Sorry, Alex, what was the question? No question, just professional jealousy again, Dan. No worries. I said you're sharing your screen, you know, with the star of the show, our beautiful Interceptor. I want to go back, you know, instead of droning on, you know, speaking of drones, what are some of your favorite experiences in the history? You've been with the Ocean Cleanup how long? And you know, what's some of the cool stuff that you've experienced with the Ocean Cleanup?
Man, I've been with the Ocean Cleanup over 5 years now, and yeah, some of the places I've found myself, it makes me laugh sometimes. I've been in the North Sea, I've been in the middle of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. As I mentioned, I've been on every interceptor that we've deployed. Some of the more unique ones, to me, Guatemala is a place that I really want to put a lot of focus on. It's such a great country. What we're doing there, what we're working on doing there, is so important to this country and so important to the world and so important to the future of the organization. But also Klang, Malaysia. This was where we deployed Interceptor 002, and this was one of the first ones that we built at the location where we deployed it. So the people involved with the assembly, the whole storyline around it, and then putting it in the river, and we did a tow similar to this down the Klang, and it was just one of those moments where you're just out there, you're always getting rained on, you're always dealing with the elements. That was a great experience, yeah.
And I think I'm just hearing that we have a package that we can share some footage of the Klang. So Dan, do you want to describe to me what we're seeing out there right now?
Well, I think for me, one of the more unique things that I've seen out in this river is took a trip there with our CEO, Boyan Slat, and this was soon after we deployed 002, and we were going to do a How It Works piece. And so we were, I had Boyan standing on the front of the Interceptor, and I was standing on the front of a boat, and we were filming, we were waiting for trash to come up, and we found the piece of trash that we were looking for. And I think you play the package now, and you'll see what I mean.
All right, we're here at Interceptor 002. On the Klang River in Malaysia. That's a teddy bear. I don't know who throws in a teddy bear, but it's coming. So the first thing the debris encounters is the barrier. You see over here. I swear we didn't put this teddy bear in. It just comes by because everything here flows by in the River Klang, goes in. Debris then goes up the conveyor belt. It's ridiculous. All right, so come on board. So debris is guided by the barrier into the conveyor belt. Conveyor belt takes it up the Interceptor. Then, if you follow me, now what you see is that the conveyor belt takes the debris up and then puts it into what we call the shuttle, which is over there. It's basically a basket on wheels. So in a bit you'll see they're it's ridiculous. Okay, so the debris is on the shuttle, and then once it's full, what happens is that the shuttle moves and brings it to one of the dumpsters that's not full yet. So here it is. And there you have it, Interceptor number 2 operational in the Klang River.
And I'm told now that I have both stars of that show on camera right now. One of them is a cute and cuddly little stuffed animal, and the other one is our Klang the bear. Boyan, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. That's your favorite question, is how are you doing? Expand a bit further on that for me. We are sitting out here in the Pacific Ocean. You have an Interceptor out here. You have an ocean cleanup system out here. How does that make you feel right now? I'm talking to you from the Pacific Ocean, and we're streaming this to everybody who is supporting us and all our partners.
Then you know I don't like the feeling questions, and you keep asking me these questions. No, I mean, honestly, it's super cool, of course. This all started just with an idea, a dream, to rid the oceans of plastic, and now to see us having all these operations around the world. At this very moment, we are cleaning the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, of course still with a small pilot system, but it's happening. And also, of course, across all these continents, having these interceptors. It's super exciting to me.
And I know you're always saying that you want to steer away from the emotions, but you and I have traveled enough together that I've had the chance to see some of these emotions. Recently, we went to Guatemala together and we landed a helicopter on a beach, and you seem to show some emotion there. What was that experience like for you?
Sure. So of course, the Rio Motagua in Guatemala is a very important river for us. It's the location of Interceptor 006, and it's really sort of in the top of this top 1,000, right? So it's very important that we address this. We've never seen anything like that before in terms of level of pollution. And year in, year out, when it rains, this trash comes from the city in the highlands, goes down the river all the way to the Caribbean Sea. And of course, it feels good for us with the team to be working on that. But because this year we put this Interceptor Trashfence in the river, of course with the hope, the intention for it to stop the trash from reaching the ocean. Unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan. So we had one of these unscheduled learning opportunities where we hauled on to the trash for maybe half an hour, but then unfortunately when the water level receded, the plastic was able to flow underneath it, and the foundations of this trash fence, this Interceptor Trashfence, were damaged. So therefore we lost the plastic, and it still made its way to the ocean. Now indeed, we then a few days later we visited the coastline of Guatemala. Beautiful place, beautiful country, by the way. So if you have the opportunity, please go visit. But of course, what I saw there was heartbreaking. You just saw this layer of plastic there, about 2 feet deep. So it's just very hard to even walk on this coastline. You still saw the trash going back and forth in the breakers of the waves. You could see it out on the ocean, and of course that's just a part of the stuff that you can actually see. So it's this trash. Of course, I've been to many places in the world where you have a lot of plastic pollution, but I'd never seen anything to this level. But at the same time, this also felt different because it felt personal. This was our plastic. This was plastic that we let slip through our fingers. So suddenly, this factor of agency made it really feel a whole lot different. And it's not just sort of the baseline shifted from something that just happens and is normal and maybe we can make it better to something that shouldn't have been there, and we let it, due to us not stopping it, this beautiful environment was so polluted. So that was really the feeling that went through my head when I was on that beach in Guatemala.
Excellent. Well, we're just pulling up alongside of the operations boat here. I think if you look to the left, Boyan, I think you recognize some of these faces there. That's Alex Mills and Chris Reichard. Hey, you're talking to Boyan.
Oh, hey, team.
Yeah. Hey, how is it going over there?
It's going great, man.
Everything is under control over on that boat, for sure. Yeah. How cool is this, Boyan, for you to be so interactive in something like this? Like, this is something we don't do every day. It's like I don't want to say this is a regular day at the office for us, because normally we're not live. But this is a chance for you. You're live right now. You're talking to every supporter, all the partners, everybody out there. How is that for you?
That's cool. I mean, it's cool to see the action from the office here. And of course, now I have the opportunity, of course, extremely thankful for everyone who helped us get to this point. Of course, we're still very much at the beginning of our journey to rid the oceans of plastic. But at the same time, I mean, it's not just an idea anymore. It's not just a dream. We're intercepting a lot of trash. We cleaned more than 1 per mil of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Of course, embryonic stage in terms of the amount of impact we want to get to. But yeah, of course, it's not just an idea anymore. So extremely thankful for, of course, the millions, literally millions of people who have supported us with their time, money, ideas. It's spreading the word. It's Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get used to that factor. I mean, it's for me that's one of the beautiful things about the ocean cleanup is such a huge group of people who don't know each other, united by this common vision that this is not okay to have polluted oceans, and that we and that unite behind this mission, and somehow effectively we're able to channel all that willingness of the world into projects that actually do ultimately rid the oceans of plastic.
Now, I know you also like to be very hands-on with this. When you come to these countries where we have projects and do things, you're very involved. It's one of the things I love about you, man. You always are really concerned. Is there any question you want to ask Alex and Chris right now?
So what's the significant wave height projections for the rest of the tow?
What's the significant wave height projections for the rest of the tow?
About 0.6 meters.
Sorry?
About 0.6 meters. It looks pretty clear all the way.
We're smooth sailing, man. We're clear all the way. No issues,
Brilliant.
It looks like, from Alex.
Lovely weather.
Lovely weather. Bit foggy still, as you can see. You can't really see the background behind us right now. The fog is lifting. This is the Palos Verdes Peninsula, Boyan. You will see this next week, because I know you're coming out here next week to join us. And yeah, anything else you want to check with this boat before we pull off? Because the Interceptor's starting to turn into a dot in the horizon, and I see Alex and Chris both getting super nervous. They're like, "Where is our toy going?"
Sure. Anything else?
You guys go.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just have one question for them, but it's too late. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now go.
Well, is anything else they're concerned about?
Are you guys concerned with anything? They both shake their head. These guys are fine. Everything's under control, Boyan.
Brilliant.
There's nothing to be concerned with. Well, I know we're using the stage of the Interceptor 007 as kind of our platform to tell the story of everything we have going on with the ocean cleanup right now, and we are very much in tune with the social media world. And once again, I'm standing next to our social media manager, Vic, someone who's now a lot more calm than with the rush of the early dark morning. How's it going in the social media world, Vic?
It's great, going great, Dan. We have an amazing community. Already 30 minutes before the live stream, actually, the comment section was buzzing with all sorts of comments, emojis. We have people from all over the world. I see people tuning in from Portugal, South Africa, Malaysia, Germany, Brazil, Korea, the United States, Netherlands, Estonia. Really all over the world, guys. Thanks so much for sharing. It's so exciting for us to see where you're tuning in from. We're also seeing a lot of gratitudes. People are saying you guys are heroes. I don't know about that. You deserve 10,000 hugs. A lot of excitement about the teddy bear, of course. Someone says, Philip wrote, Ocean Cleanup, please give me a job. Okay, Philip, go to theoceancleanup.com/careers, apply, and maybe we'll give you a job. We also saw a lot of excitement about the sea lions, actually, as we were towing away. And you told me, since you've been here before, that we might get a chance to see dolphins as well, if we're lucky. Is that true?
I did put in a call, and we'll see if they show up. I've been making a lot of calls this week, though, to arrange things like boats and camera crews and drones and all of this, but I did not forget the dolphins, because, yeah, there is a point there where there's a ton of dolphins. Vic, I want to ask you one question. So one of the cool things about the ocean cleanup is that our headquarters are in Rotterdam. That's where the mission control is right now. We're getting rocky now. This is great. Finally, this is what I'm used to. It's such a diverse team. There's people from all over the world working at the ocean cleanup. You are from Lithuania.
Yeah.
How does somebody from Lithuania, what's your story? How did you end up working as a social media manager at the ocean cleanup?
Well, my story of ending up in the Netherlands is not so exciting. I came to study, and that's how I ended up here, in the Netherlands. But I found the ocean cleanup actually a while before when the Interceptor launch was happening in 2019, and I thought that was such an amazing project, and it was so close to me as well. I was living in Rotterdam at that time, and I was like, this is an amazing project. I have to be part of this, and so far it's been 2.5 years, and I couldn't be more excited about it.
So see, it's that easy. You just get really excited about it, and then you end up getting a job. We are always hiring people, and you know, one of the other things for me is like, I'm just a couple years older than you, and I'm just getting used to all this social media world. How important is, like, we have a social media manager. How important does that say that this is to the success of an operation like what we're doing here at the Ocean Cleanup?
Well, for us, it's absolutely important. First of all, of course, the Ocean Cleanup was practically born on social media when Boyan did a TEDx talk in 2013, which went viral. And this is how we actually got funding to start the project. So that's already a huge deal. And in general, as a nonprofit, for us, it's so important to get all the support to spread awareness. Awareness equals funding. Yeah, and just also for motivation, actually. For me, part of my job that I love so much is scrolling those comment sections, seeing you guys writing all these supportive messages and how important you think the Ocean Cleanup is for you. Yeah, it's really amazing. It's what keeps us all going, I think.
Yeah. Very cool. And with that, so we get supporters from all over the world. Like we have a huge surf community that loves us. Kelly Slater's a fan of ours. There's some photos with Kelly where he actually surfs on an Interceptor surfboard. I think we're going to try and pull those up. But we got in contact with a guy named Wes Carter, who with a New Earth project has produced a documentary series called Journey to a New Earth. And they did season 1 last year. This is an incredible, incredible series. And I want you guys to go check it out, but not right now because you're watching the live stream. So don't, YouTube, it's on YouTube, it'll be there forever. But we're gonna give you a sneak peek right now. So here's a trailer to season 1 of Journey to a New Earth.
There were times we hit walls of garbage that was so disgusting. You just couldn't believe as far as you could see in the ocean was just garbage.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids and, like, you know, hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
Hawaiian value was all about, can I take care of you?
Come to a beautiful beach like this that's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
Collectively, if we can all say, hey, the supply chain created these problems. You know, packaging companies, consulting companies, consumer products companies, consumers, we're all in this together. I don't think we have the luxury of just waiting.
All right, so as I mentioned, we are covering this by land, by sea, and by water, of course. Well, that's land and sea. It's the same thing. See, I'm not really good at this. But the land crew right now is at the Angels Gate Park, which is somewhere over there. And I'm told I have Ashlee on the phone with me. Ashlee, can you hear me? And can you introduce yourself and tell us what your role is with the Ocean Cleanup?
For sure. And yeah, I can hear you, Dan. Hi, everybody. My name is Ashlee Ellsworth. I am the project logistics manager for the Ocean Cleanup. I've been involved with the 007 project from almost the beginning, but it's fun to be back. I was here for the offload back in May, so now we get to see the final move up to Ballona.
Yeah, and one of the things you and I talked about back then is you are a California girl also, right? I was raised here in Southern California, so this project means a lot to me to be out here. What does it mean for you as a Californian?
Yeah, it's inspiring to see. I think all of the different groups and the governments that we've been working with on this project, they're willing to, you know, work with us to implement this kind of solution. And, you know, just accepting that the trash in the water is a problem is the first step I feel like we have in a lot of locations that we work in. So, you know, it's really inspiring that California is willing to take this step and invest in this sort of technology to hopefully make our waterways cleaner for the future.
And tell me, what exactly are you looking for over the next week? You're going to be out here as we're setting this thing up. This isn't as simple as just putting it in Ballona Creek, switching the key on, and it's pulling trash out.
Oh, if only it was that easy. No, so we are currently going to be mooring it up in Ballona Creek, and after that we're going to be working with our local contractors and a few dive teams to make sure that our barrier gets installed to the Interceptor, so that as soon as all of the teams who do the checks with all of the bands and the electronics on board, make sure everything's working, then they can kind of turn that on. But first we have to do a bunch of connection work, so stay tuned for that. So I also Dan have Demi and... Can you see us from where you are right now, Ashlee? And who... Sorry. I think there's a delay, Dan. So sorry, I'm standing here with Demi and Peter, so I don't know if you have any questions for them as well. I can share the spotlight with them here.
Yeah, hand the mic over to Sir Peter Veersum for me.
Of course. All you. I'll just ask you the questions. So Dan, if you ask me the questions,
Peter,
I will read them out to Peter. So
right.
I can hear
Peter,
you, Dan,
what's
and
going
I'll
on
ask
over
you
there
the
with
questions
the
and
land crew?
he'll
How
answer.
are things?
So what's going on with the land crew and how go things?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. It's good here. It's good to be out here. It's really rather special to see this all coming together. I'm the program manager for the communications team, and so my team and I have been closely involved in this whole production. And it's quite wonderful to see it all coming together. And the Interceptor is just passing the point where we are right now, and it's quite an iconic moment. And I, for one, am almost without words.
Copy. Ashlee, what I hear you guys are
Yes,
covering a lot of ground right now in a special car. Where did we get this from?
Yeah, so our sponsors and our partners, Kia, there's a bug, sorry, have provided us with some lovely Kias to use for the time that we're here in LA. I think, Peter, do you have any more to say about the Kias? I know that you worked pretty closely to make sure everything went smoothly in getting those for us as well.
Yeah, we've been really grateful for the support we've had. I mean, it's a big place. You need to be able to get around. You need your mobility, and so we've got these electric vehicles that can help us get around, and it's been good to have them.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well,
and
thank
Dan,
you
got
guys.
any questions
I know you guys
for Demi?
have got to get
I
to
also
the
have
next
her standing
spot.
here.
I got a lot of
guess
questions
not,
for
then,
Demi. I want to talk to Demi about barriers. Well, I'll talk
All
to
right,
Demi
Demi, we
at
want
the
to talk
next
to you about
stop,
barriers.
Okay? It's good seeing you, Demi.
Alrighty, sounds good. It says good to see you.
Good to see you too, Dan.
All right. Yeah, as you guys can tell, again, this is not something we're used to doing, but we are fumbling along quite well, I think, for what we're doing. But I think I'm going to toss it back over to Rotterdam now. Alex, are you there? Okay. So I hear he's not there. So let me just update you now. Look, if you pan over there for me, Jimmy. Here we are. We're still smooth sailing. This is the most scenic part of the tow, where we go around the peninsula. The tug company is Curtin Maritime. They've been working with us on this tow as well, even from taking it off the BBC Africa ship in Long Beach back in July. It's funny the faces that are familiar to this. Oh, I'm hearing we have some pictures. Okay, we just want to enjoy this. All right, for those of you just joining us, we are currently in the Pacific Ocean with a river cleanup machine that we call an Interceptor. This is Interceptor 007. We are just around the coast, we're skirting the coastline of the Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California between Long Beach and Ballona Creek, which is where the Interceptor is heading. And it's been a project that's been going on for some time. So I want to toss it to a package right now for those that are just joining us to give us a little bit more of a backstory as to why we are here in Southern California.
That was cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I really here? I keep having to pinch myself a bit. I mean, I've never been to West Coast USA. This is completely new to me. It looks very different to what I had in mind. It's quite impressive, actually. Just walking around and seeing just trash that is accumulating along the riverbanks. The causes for the trash are very different here from what I've understood over the past few days. There's a lot of homelessness around here, and yeah, there's a lot of trash accumulation that gets caused by that. And yeah, when the rain comes, it kind of washes it into the waterways and it goes out to sea. So we'll be putting Interceptor 007 at the bottom of Ballona Creek. Everything going fine by October 2022.
It's a beautiful place on a perfect day. And but on a perfect day, you can typically see this crud floating out here. Kind of ruins the ambiance. But now, whatever we can do to clean it up, I'm all for it.
This is Ballona Creek, and behind me you see the Pacific Ocean. And this, about 250 meters from here, is where the Interceptor 007 is going to be deployed. We are very close to LAX International. Actually, it's a 10-minute drive from the airport to get here. So I would say this is going to be the most visible. Look, we're in a highly urbanized area. It's going to be the most visible interceptor on the planet, and very accessible for people that want to actually see one in action. And that is really the benefit of this location. People are walking, strolling down here. There's a lot of bike traffic. No, it will be extremely visible. Yeah. And it will tell a story. And like we've seen in other deployments, it will create an awareness of the problem. So it's not just about the ocean cleanup or the Interceptor or the amount of trash that it will take out, but also about the message that we have to find a way to avoid trash from getting into the ocean.
So that right there is Interceptor 007, which will soon be shipped to Los Angeles. Normally we ship them in containers, but this time, due to it being very costly to assemble in LA, we assembled it here and we're shipping it just like this across the Pacific Ocean.
So we are finally getting to see the Interceptor. It's going to be taken off the BBC Africa. The vessel behind me here, we've gotten it out of Malaysia. We finally got it into the US, and you know, we have a few months to go, but this is the first step in finally seeing it installed at Ballona Creek. It's encouraging to see that local governments are willing to, you know, work with us on projects like this, and really, you know, they see the opportunity and the benefits that something like the 007 Interceptor can bring. I'm also a little sad that California needs one, you know, so it makes me want, it inspires me to try and, you know, do better for a state that is supposedly one of the greenest in the US, right? But I think it's very important because I think while it's maybe not one of the craziest rivers we've seen so far, but I think this is going to be a great learning opportunity, and it'll bring a lot of awareness to the fact that so many waterways around the world are polluted, even in such clean cities like Los Angeles.
I think we understand that there's so many challenges that the residents of LA County have, and one of the biggest things that's come to our attention over the recent years is the trash issue, specifically in Ballona Creek, and finding innovative ways to try to tackle that trash issue for the residents and keep our oceans and beaches clean. I think that's a really important mission to have. So I feel very blessed, and it's been a cool ride to be a part of this.
I think it's now just a little bit about after 5:30, and we have officially tied up at the Coast Guard station. It is beautiful, and now it's just gonna wait for October, and then we're gonna see how it sits in Ballona Creek.
All right, so we are back with Interceptor 007, and we made the deadline of October. You can see it behind me right over here. You see the beautiful landscape of the Palos Verdes Peninsula over here. We are on our way to Ballona Creek. Ballona Creek is right next to Marina del Rey, for those of you in Southern California who are watching this. If you want to see this thing, hey, come make your way out to Ballona Creek. We should be there in like 4 some hours maybe, depending on the conditions, but so far everything is okay. This is going to be one of these key moments for us at the ocean cleanup. We have these all the time. Another one that I remember is when we were in Santo Domingo and we were starting Interceptor 004. Let's take a quick look at this one.
It's so beautiful to see this. I mean, it's finally happening. Beautiful weather. But very, very, very happy day. I think the entire world can be happy about this moment. We're good to go. We're ready. We're ready. The barrier is having the final touches of the tensioning, and if you look at it right now, it's already looking very straight. So everything's perfect. Okay, let's go. It's been a very wonderful couple of days to see all of this come together. It's all happening now. We're pulling trash out of the Rio Sama. Again, I'm very happy. This is priceless moment.
And that was the Rio Ozama in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, the home of Interceptor 004. And I'm told that right now I have a Mr. Erik Holmbom on the line with me. Erik, can you hear this voice, and does it remind you of anything?
It's great to hear you, Dan. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I'm in the Pacific Ocean now, just floating next to Interceptor 007. Nothing new. How is it going there in the Dominican Republic? I know this has been a project. This is a project that's dear to my heart as well. I spent a lot of time with you in a very historic time as humans. What did we go through during this install of 007?
Those days were a roller coaster ride. We first to install it was a whole roller coaster, but after we installed, we had a tropical storm Laura impacting us just like 5 days after we were operating. So that was pretty tough, damaging our moorings and everything. But the situation here is quite exciting. The future is looking promising because we just decommissioned the Interceptor due to Hurricane Fiona. We followed the protocol, and now we're making use of this opportunity to give the Interceptor a little bit of love, and we're modifying to allow us for an exciting new deployment where we will have a very long barrier that can open and close from the Interceptor side. It's the first time we're trying this, and it's a long time working on this, and so very excited about what's to come.
Very cool. Yeah, of course. And one important fact that we need to get across to people is that a lot of these deployments that we do are very dependent on weather. I mean, we're deploying things in the Caribbean. We're deploying interceptors in places like Southern California where there's rainy seasons and having to deal with tugging in oceans. Dominican Republic sees a lot of hurricanes. So what we have to do in places like this and Jamaica, and oftentimes even where there's big storms in places like Guatemala, is we need to monitor the weather, and we need to, unfortunately, take it out of the water at times when a hurricane comes. Erik, you mentioned this earlier. How good is it, though? Because we're constantly learning with this and learning about the weather. We can take things, when these interceptors are out, we can make tweaks and adjustments and learn from this. And you have a team of people there with the Armada and the UNDP. How hands-on are they during this time period?
The Navy, they're professionals now. It's so amazing to see the time it took before to install and uninstall the Interceptor compared to now. It's really incredible to see the progress. And UNDP, of course, without them, we wouldn't be anywhere in this project with so many moving pieces. So incredible partnerships we have here.
Yeah, very, very much so. It was amazing working with them there. Thinking about the future, you spoke a little bit about this long barrier. When can we expect that this is going to start happening?
We expect that by the end of December, we will be operating with the new system. So pretty soon.
And how excited is the Armada still working on this Interceptor? One of the things that always stands out in my mind is the energy that this group of people had installing the Interceptor, working on it, operating it. These guys are incredible. Do you always feel this excitement when you're working with them?
Yeah, even more now, I think, because it's the same group of guys that were here from the beginning. Very, very, very little has changed. So now, I mean, I was abroad for a few months, and I came, and it's so great to see these guys. We have developed a good friendship, and I think it's better now working with them than before. Yeah. It's wonderful.
Watching this Interceptor 007 being towed, does it bring back any memories for you of that rainy day that you and I sat on that Armada boat watching 004 be towed to its location?
Yeah. I'm actually in the same exact spot as that moment where we were towing the Interceptor. I'm in this, let me see if I can show you where I am. It's in this sort of dry dock. And that's where all the rain, all the trash was coming out of, actually a gully right there. So it very special, yes, indeed.
Yeah, every one of these projects is very special. And the other aspect of this that made it very special, I want to go back to your memory bank, is we also had coronavirus break out at this time. But we were able to continue working because we were working so closely with the UNDP and the importance of what this project was. But something else that stands out in my mind was you and I running all over Santo Domingo, and it was a ghost town. How weird was that when you look back at it?
Yeah, very strange. Santo Domingo is a city notorious for its crazy traffic, and it was really a surreal feeling. We had this permits emitted by the government, which allowed us to be out during curfew. So we were one of the very few people who were allowed to be out, and it's completely bizarre. You know, I got home so quickly during those days from the Interceptor to home. It was really bizarre, absolutely. Good times.
Yeah, beating that Santo Domingo traffic jam was something. Well, we don't really have any traffic jams out here, which is ironic to be this close to Los Angeles and the 405, because we all know what kind of a parking lot that can be like. Let's go to the map right now and see where we're at. We're chugging along the Palos Verdes Peninsula. We left the Coast Guard base this morning a little after 6. We reached our first lighthouse, which was the Los Angeles Harbor Lighthouse. We talked to Ashlee and company, and we are closely approaching the next point, which is the another lighthouse that we have coming up, and I think our land crew is heading there. Ultimately, what we're going to do is we're going to reach the R10 buoy, which is just out to sea a bit from Ballona Creek and Marina del Rey, and that's when we will be pulling this beautiful machine into Ballona Creek, where it will be for 2 storm seasons. I want to keep talking about this. This is a pilot project that we're going to be doing. We're going to be gathering so much information and following this so closely to see how we can improve it and continue to work with Los Angeles County. This has been an awesome project. Everybody involved is so hands-on, so excited about this. And yeah, it's been something amazing again to be a part of. It's just every time I see this thing floating and this spaceship that just it stands out with this landscape. It just, yeah, it sort of takes your breath away at times. But then, as I mentioned earlier, you go to some of these rivers where you just see nothing but tons and tons and tons of trash going down them. These things are so necessary. We are still in such a learning process with this. If you think about this in terms of history, we are just scratching the surface. So, but we are doing it, and everybody that's involved, everybody sitting in Rotterdam right now, this entire amazing team, where Alex is, I can't say, every time I'm there, I sit and talk to people, and I'm in awe of the work you guys are doing. So keep doing it. We have a long road ahead of us, but yeah, we are doing it. I'm always happy talking with everybody there. Well, I'm going to toss it back to Rotterdam now. I think Alex is now standing by. Alex, can you hear me? How is it going there?
I'm here, man, and I'm not alone. And I know you're not alone either. I've seen and heard the stories of all the wildlife surrounding you, sea lions especially, very prevalent in that area there. And I've brought on Jacob Fonteijne, our managing director, here with me, who you know, really wants to address something, because I'd like to stop for a minute and address, you know, something we take very seriously at the Ocean Cleanup when it comes to all of our projects. We know that a huge part of our audience is heavily invested in the wildlife and what happens to the wildlife out there. And of course, every single crew member. I mean, if you work for the Ocean Cleanup, we're a nonprofit. You're not making the big bucks. You're there because you want to make a difference. And we care hugely about the environment. Having plastic in it just does not make sense to us. And we want to leave the least amount of impact out there when we're doing any of our operations. So, Jacob, I want to ask a few questions to you about this. A lot of people, they do want to know, do our interceptors out there have a lot of potential of harming the environment?
Well, I think the short answer is no. But I think I can probably say a little bit more about that, Alex. I think, you know, you're right. I mean, the mission of the Ocean Cleanup is to rid the oceans of plastic, and obviously we also want to make sure that we don't have a lot of plastic flowing into the ocean, and that's why we're working on rivers. And we're doing that because at heart, we all want to protect the environment. We all want to protect nature. And therefore, before you put anything into the water, you want to make sure that you're not going to have any negative effects. So normally, before we start on a project, there's 3 things that we do. Before we do something, we first study and actually see what needs to be done. Normally, for the rivers, we do an environmental and social impact assessment. Then during the operations, we are also looking carefully to see what is happening, both in rivers and in the oceans. And then we try to learn. We try to learn as much as we can. So we basically take data, we take samples, we look at the samples, what's in there. Is there any animal? Is there any marine species in there? Any animals? And then if we see that, then we can adjust. Unfortunately, on the river projects, we can say that we are pretty sure that we are not harming anything. I mean, the environmental impact assessments and the way that the machines have been designed are basically making sure that doesn't happen.
Hold on, Jacob, you're just sharing some screen time with what I believe is a Komodo dragon that I just saw there. That is pretty impressive. Probably something we don't get every day on our interceptors. I just wanted to, I saw that coming by in the background there to acknowledge that. So we conduct a lot of environmental work in rivers. We monitor what we do. Are there any special things, precautions that we take that, our missions are as sustainable as possible and that we have the smallest possible environmental impact in footprint-wise, let's say?
Well, footprint-wise, I think, footprint, that means a lot, of course. I mean, what footprint are you talking about? I think in terms of protecting wildlife, we make sure that the operators of the interceptors are properly trained and briefed and know what to do, that if there is something that is alive in the interceptor, we take action. We make sure that it's not being harmed and that we can safely release it. And then in terms of footprint, of course, our interceptors, they are equipped with solar panels, so the energy use is pretty self-sustaining as well. So from a carbon footprint, again, I think we're also doing the best that we can. So I think all in all, we're doing a pretty decent job there. I don't want to basically tap myself on the shoulder or the team, but I think we're doing a pretty decent job there.
That's good. It's okay to come to that conclusion. There's always room for improvement, of course.
And that's why I said, we always want to learn. We monitor, we look at the catch, we basically take samples, we see what's in there, and are we having the impact that we want to have? And that's the key thing, because we're here for impact. That is basically what is driving us.
I've just heard that we have a social media question for you, so I want to open this up to viewers out there. We have one, I don't know if it's Sire or Sire, but S-I-R-E is asking, Jacob, does it happen sometimes that you have to save animals, for example, if they're tangled up in rubbish?
Yes, that sometimes does happen. If you, for example, go to our ocean operation, there we do exactly the same. We also have impact assessments before we start. We update them with all the data that we have. We have guys and girls out on the vessels that actually are with binoculars checking whether there's animals that actually are coming close to our operations, and if so, that we can basically take a different course to avoid them. But every now and then, of course, you also come across animals that are entangled in nets. And what we then do is that basically we deploy our fast rescue vessel, actually go out there and basically free up the animal and then let it go. If it's healthy, then of course we will set it free. Yeah. And also it sometimes does happen that you find dead animals in those nets. That's very tragic. What we then do is that we try to actually see what was the cause of that, and unfortunately we quite often find out that these animals were actually dying or died because of plastic that they ingested.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So a lot of the animals that we do find in, let's say, a less than perfect state, or even that of deceased, the reason is, unfortunately, also the reason that we are out there cleaning these rivers.
Exactly. Well, in the rivers we don't find that many deceased turtles, but we do find them on the oceans, and that is very sad. But on the other hand, it also is reinforcing the reason why we're out there, because we want to make sure we clean it up to make sure that we can prevent harm to these animals.
Sure. Okay. Let me see if we have any more questions for Jacob or not. Well, we do have one that I think we have time for. while we're looking at shots, live shots from dolphins in Los Angeles County here in the water on your screens right now around the world. This is awesome. The dolphins have woken up. Jacob, I have one more question from a viewer called Pretty Fly for a Bee Guy. So, and it's not about bees, because I know, which will surprise you, because Jacob, the viewers at home, Jacob is, I think you're a beekeeper. We'll get into that later. But it's not about that, but that's a nice little link. And Pretty Fly for a Bee Guy wants to know if our interceptors are being deployed in a specific order. Like, are we from worst polluting river to the least polluting? And a second part of the question is, does that mean this Los Angeles river is the 7th most polluted river?
We are trying to maximize our impact. And you can imagine that there is a lot of polluting rivers out there. We have a river model that is actually estimating the load of plastic in each of those rivers. But it's also not an easy task to deploy our techniques or our technology, our interceptor technologies in these rivers, because there's quite a few things that need to happen. It's not that we can just go there and say, hey guys, there's an interceptor, we're now putting it in the water. There's a lot of stakeholders. You need to speak to governments to get the right permits. You need to speak to other parties that basically are willing to operate it. You need to make sure that the waste management is properly taken care of, because you can't just take the plastic out and then say, well, hang on, what are we going to do with it now that we've got it? So all these things need to be pretty well arranged. So that takes time. So therefore, we're not necessarily doing it in the order of most polluting rivers, because then we would actually not be very efficient, because we would have to wait for certain rivers before we would actually go on to others. So we are looking at a number of different criteria for selecting our rivers, and that is a key thing. And sometimes it also happens that there's other reasons why you would like to deploy in a certain country or in a certain specific river. And it's obvious that we would like to be in the US. It's a huge country. And although in most places the waste management is taken care of in a pretty good system, maybe compared to other countries, we also want to deploy in the US, and that's one of the reasons why we are also now deploying the 007 in LA.
All right. Thank you very much, Jacob. If I'm correct, we're gonna toss it back to LA at the moment. Dan, are you near anything that you want to share with us at all at the moment?
Yeah, man, as you were sitting there talking to Jacob, we came across an entire school of dolphins. I have 2 dolphins sitting right here. I had to even pull my own camera out because you don't get this all the time. But if you see this, we are literally in the middle of a school of dolphins as we're following Interceptor 007. This is actually incredible to see. We knew this would, I knew this could possibly happen because I've had this before, but they're actually jumping completely out of water. This is very, very cool to see. See if we get a whole bunch of them again. It's almost like they knew we were coming and they're coming to thank us. Look at this. Amazing. All right. Well, let's see if I can get the ops boat on here. The ops boat. Hey, Alex and Chris, can you hear us? Are you seeing these dolphins? Maverick to the ops boat. Can you hear me? Hello, Alex. All right. Well, I think we're going to toss to a package. I think there's a little bit of a technical issue getting in touch with these ops guys. Or they're probably just sitting watching these dolphins because we're surrounded on every side. This is awesome. Look at this. It's hard for me to concentrate on talking to a camera as well as wanting to take pictures because this is absolutely incredible. Let's just keep watching this for a minute. This is one of those moments where you really realize what it is that we're doing, because the wildlife out in the ocean, the wildlife in rivers, it's incredible. And when you go to some of these rivers and some of these places and you see the plastic the way that we do, and you see these animals and you realize, you know, there's nothing, it's not their problem. They are not the cause of this at all. But this is part of what we do this for. It puts a lot in perspective. And when you see this as much as we do, Yeah, it puts a lot more emphasis on the wildlife that you see, because you're like, we're doing this for this, we're doing this for the people, we're doing this just because the plastic and the waste shouldn't be there, but we do this for the dolphins as well. So I think another country that we focus on a lot is one of our projects that we deployed last year is in Jamaica. And this is another place that is in the Caribbean. It's an amazing place. The people are incredible. The wildlife is incredible. Let's learn a little bit more about the project that we set up there.
Welcome one, welcome all.
I'm just so happy that it's finally here. I mean, we've been here in March. The parks we work with, they really wanted to make this happen. I think that's really the driver why, well, I think, what is it? Within little over half a year, we're here again, and the actual technology is there.
It's definitely what we need right now. I think that design that they have there is perfect for our gullies and for the way of capturing our waste. So I'm looking forward to seeing it going up and down the harbour, going to the mouths of the gullies to collect the waste. Very excited about that.
So, the reason we came to Jamaica is going to start in an hour. We're going to pull in the barriers. First one is Raytown, so it's also the most excited one, right next to the fishing village. And it's ready here. We've assembled it last week, finished it on Monday. We just did the intermittent moorings, yesterday the land moorings. And now this is the first out of 3 barriers for the pilot phase that we're going to pull into the water and tow towards the deployment location. Think about Jamaica and Kingston and the fisherman village. Raytown is what like a child would draw out. There's colors, there's characters. It's just an amazing setting, and I'm really happy that we have incorporated Raytown in our pilot. Also to have the locals. We really got all their support. We've been there lots of times now, and every time they receive us with a warm welcome.
I never seen something like this before. It's tremendous.
Well, putting the barriers at the gully to stop the rubbish from going to the sea, well, it's something, it's very perfect because the plastic and all those things, it kind of kill out the fish from out of the water. They have no breeding space, so we catch less fish in the harbour. So we have to go farther to catch more fish. So it's a very good job you guys doing.
This is very important because right now, you bring back the fishing industry alive. All the fishermen that used to eat the plastic and used to die out, we're not going to have no more because you people come around. So we'd like to see you. Welcome you back when you come again.
For people in Raytown or any of the fishers around the harbour, it's really important that this project works. When we met with them earlier on, they talked about all of the issues that they're facing with the pollution affecting their boats, the quality of the fish. Their fish sanctuaries are dying out. They can't find the bait that they need to find. And this is getting progressively worse. So for them, it is very important that this project works. Sometimes we only think about, oh, it doesn't look good, the beauty, but it actually has an impact on a lot of individuals here that live near the harbour. It has an impact on their earning power. It has an impact on the quality of fish that we love to buy. Is the fish even safe? There are all of these issues that we have to think about, and so I know for them it means a lot, and it's been great to see how excited they are about the project. You know, we're not going to worry that our barriers won't be safe or anything because it is for them, and they understand how it's going to make a difference in the long run for them.
Yeah, I saw it. You look good, man. That's nice. The cool, everything. Yeah, nice cool.
Kingston Pen is the gully right next to the port authorities. It's the smallest gully we're trialing with, so it's also the easiest one. However, we do see a lot of trash floating out when there's minor rainfall already. And you see that it's instantly beaching on the beach right next to it, and even on the wave breaker that you see on the port side. So definitely impact, but the easiest one out of all three. This works.
It's an amazing feeling to see it becoming a reality here in Jamaica. The road is long, but the journey so far is pretty amazing, and I'm excited to see what we can do here in Jamaica.
Right now we're going to Barnes Gully, which is probably the smelliest place on earth, and we are towing out the last barrier to install. So technically, by today, we're finished with the big one.
We're gonna be doing it. We have to do this before the rain.
It's coming, huh?
Yeah. It's coming from St. Thomas.
So Barnes Gully is the largest one we're doing. In the mouth, it is ending up pretty wide, I think 30 meters in width. There's 2 wave breakers, and there we applied a 60-meter barrier. But the complex part of Barnes is large, so when it rains, there's a lot of water flowing out, and there's some extra challenges over there. That there's apparently there's a chicken slaughtery further up that is constantly leaking chicken blood into this gully. Also, it smells like open sewage, so it's terrible to be out there. I wish you could send smell through a camera, and then you guys would stop the video. Say hi to the river team.
Hi, river team.
We save best for last, as you always say.
All right, put it in now.
So we started the installation. It took about an hour in the rain, and yeah, there you go. We were closing the barrier off, so we were like making it plastic tight, as we call. So we were bringing in everything, we were fine-tuning the whole setup, and that's where the trash is slowly coming towards us, hitting the barrier. So like whilst installing, we were seeing it was literally like closing the tap feeling. From this picture, everybody really understands what are we doing here with this kit. It was magical, actually. The smell not, but it was great. It was great to see it happening. It was an amazing feeling. So that I'll never forget that. The goal was install the pilot, have it ready so that the pilot can go operational. Well, and that's a success as of yesterday. So we can go home confident, but we now officially hand over the project towards our local partner. And they are going to start operation, and they also need the time to set up the operation and improve on extracting the waste.
Yeah, the ball is in our court now. We will definitely try to keep the momentum going and to ensure that the pilot phase starts off in the best possible way we can facilitate it to. So we're confident that we have what it takes to take the mantle and to proceed and to ensure that we have a steady headway in going into this pilot phase.
So one of the things that's been interesting is the excitement people feel about the project. We've done a lot in the last couple of weeks with setting up the barriers, getting the boat here, that kind of thing, getting the boat cleared and on the water. But it is a pilot. The next few months is really for us to test what's going to work, what doesn't work, what's the best system in place, how do you pull the community in. So it's a learning process, and that's very important as we are excited about finally finding a solution for our gullies, is that it will take us some time to figure out the right system, and we look forward to learning as much as we can over the next few months so that when phase 2 is implemented, we really know what we're doing and how to get it up and running and as effective as possible, as quickly as possible.
All right. That is one of the coolest islands on this planet. I will tell you that firsthand. I have spent some time there, and I'm told that right now I have Alicia from Clean Harbours Jamaica on the line with me. Alicia, can you hear me?
Hey, Dan. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello, Alicia. Introduce yourself and tell me, what is your role with the Jamaican Interceptor Solutions project that we have going on down there?
Okay, hi. My name is Alicia Beaufort. I am the Operations Manager for Clean Harbours Jamaica Limited. We operate as a waste management facility, and our role in the project is to oversee all operations for the Interceptor barriers, as well as for the Interceptor tender, and to ensure that all the waste that has been collected is logged and related to our partners, the Ocean Cleanup. We work in accordance with Grace Kennedy Foundation, and so we are so excited about this project. We can't wait to just keep going.
I love nothing more than excited Jamaicans. It is one of the coolest places. Everybody that's involved with this project, the people, the Grace Kennedy Foundation, Caroline, everybody there, Captain Dino, Mikey, these guys are hands-on, incredible.
We are all so
their
excited
hearts
about this,
are
Dan,
in this
trust
project
me.
so much. Alicia, what's the energy like around this project right now?
Oh my God, Dan, the energy around this project is amazing. We have constant interest. Persons are coming out, they are looking, they're asking questions. They're asking, what can we do? And when they find out how much we're doing, they're so interested. Everybody wants to help. Everybody is interested.
Now, we put the first phase out there last year. We focused on Barnes Gully, Raytown Gully, Kingston Pen. There's one place that is one of the coolest places I've ever been in my life, and it is Raytown Fishing Community, where we deployed one of our Interceptor barrier projects. Describe to people what Raytown is like.
Raytown is an awesome fishing village. It has a rich history. You come to Raytown, you're learning all about not just fishing, but really what community is like. You have persons there who are telling us and volunteering their fishing boats and coming to us to say, hey, how can we do this? Do you want this? They give us nets. They do everything. Raytown is an amazing location, and I am so happy that you guys chose Raytown as part of this pilot phase. It was a wonderful decision on your part, because Raytown is 100% ready for this.
Absolutely, and those boats are amazing. I've spent many hours on these very boats that you're talking about. They get it. It's a fishing community. They see the problem. They want to help. They're so hands-on. What's the next phase of this project going to look like, Alicia?
Okay, well, you know, we have multiple gullies that empty into our harbor, and so far for phase 1, we covered 3, and for phase 2, we're looking for another 3 or 4 in a few months. And those gullies have already been assessed. We're looking to see what technology is going to be the best for them. So we have about 3 or 4 more gullies that we're going to do for pilot phase 2. And I think that we are going to be so ready, because we learned so much from phase 1. Phase 1 was a great learning experience for us.
And I understand that I was in Florida last week when Hurricane Ian came through. And I understand when it came through Jamaica, you guys were forced also to pull some of these barriers out. When can we expect them to get put back in? And I hope everybody's okay down in Jamaica, because it was quite the storm, let me tell you.
Okay, so we are monitoring the weather systems that are in the area. And we have to always be very mindful of the fact that we are a marine operations as well. It's not just about collecting waste. And we have to ensure that whatever we do is of a benefit to the marine environment and to the communities that we serve. And so we have to monitor our weather systems, and we are conscious that there's another one on its way. We are watching it very closely, and we hope to very soon to just put the barriers back in. We had to take them out for safety and to make sure that nothing negative happened while they were in and while the storm was passing. We were pretty good with that. We took even the tender out of the water to make sure that none of our assets and none of the assets that we have here with the technology got damaged during the passing of the storm. So we are already just waiting to see what happens with this storm, and then we will put the barriers back in and put the tender back in the water.
Right. Alicia, what's the most exciting thing for you to be being a part of this project as a Jamaican?
Okay, most exciting thing that happened to me being involved in this project was, wow, learning all these new...
All right, I think we lost the connection to Jamaica, but I'll tell you what, on behalf of all of the Jamaicans, they are an incredible bunch of people working on this project there in Kingston Harbor. We have 11 gullies that we are going to be solving the issue to in the next year. It's amazing. We're going to be conquering Sandy Gully. It's going to be quite the project that's going to be ongoing. We're right now getting close to a point, right over here. You can just see in the foreground is the Interceptor. And just past it is the Point Vicente Lighthouse. So just to set the scene a bit, the fog is still rolling out. I would have thought the fog was burned out by this point, that we could see a little bit clear, but I think our land crew is there, and I'm sure because we can kind of see the lighthouse, I'm wondering if I've got Demi Bartels on the line and if she can see us. Demi, are you there?
Yes, Dan, I am here. We have been driving around like crazy. You guys were going fast, but we caught up and we see you very clearly.
One thing I can say is that we are not going fast. Demi, how is it going? What does this mean for you to be a part of a project like this?
It's been amazing so far. It's a really good learning curve. So I am part of the supply chain team, and basically what we do is we work together with the suppliers and with the engineers, of course. They come with a solution and really put everything together and make sure that in the end we have all the materials available. It's been the first time I've seen the Interceptor original so far. So I've seen it from far and it's coming closer, which is amazing. And then, like we saw in Jamaica, the barrier is also an amazing part of this journey. And it's the first time I've seen it roll out. We really are working towards it. We have been on the yard the past couple of days, putting everything together. And as I can say, it's a good learning curve. So, yeah, I'm really excited for today.
Give me some of the facts about the V-shaped barrier that we're going to be deploying starting tomorrow in Ballona Creek. And tell me about these floaties.
Yes, so the barrier is basically the line behind the Interceptor, and we are putting it in a V-shape. Both of them are 72 meters long, which is about a little below 150 feet. So it's huge. We've rolled it out. It's huge. And what we will be doing is the floaties itself, they are acting kind of as a buoy. And we have been working together with our supplier to make them recycled from recycled plastic. Like half of it is from recycled plastic. So we can at least guarantee that the quality is still good enough for in the water. And just the barrier itself, it's good to stand still with it because it's such an important part of our solution, because without the barrier we cannot catch the plastic itself.
Now this location that you're at, this lighthouse, the Point Vicente Lighthouse, how cool is this? Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing on the land over there.
It's pretty amazing. I've never been to Los Angeles before, and we've been driving around through a bit of a hilly area, seeing the coastline, seeing the Interceptor. Really, you can see it from the road. So I think we're very lucky to be driving around with these Kias through the city.
And how's everybody else behaving over there on the land crew? I know we have the most amazing land live camera crew with us. Transition Productions. The last few days of putting this together, literally the last few days of putting this together has been amazing. And are they all doing well over there? I need to check in with my camera crew.
Yeah, the camera crew, you guys are doing all right, eh? They're delivering amazing work, and we're really grateful to have them here with us.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing to be on this side of the camera, but I know you're familiar with it because you're somewhat of an actress, right?
Were we supposed to tell everyone that? Yeah, no, I've been in acting school when I was in high school, but that's been quite a while ago, yeah. But it's good to be back here.
Yeah, so I hear we're seeing an amazing shot of the lighthouse right now. From our perspective, I've got a great shot of the Interceptor in the foreground, the lighthouse just past it. We're about to turn the corner here. Once we get to the other side of this lighthouse, we have a pretty straight shot to the R10 buoy, and that's the direction that we're heading. We're going to be about 3.5 miles offshore once we leave this peninsula, because we just go straight across. So I know the operations boat is going to be paying a lot more attention than they are right now, because 3.5 miles is something when we're off in the Pacific Ocean. But it's still going pretty well. You can see it going up and down a little bit. That rope is tight and good. Everything's going under control on our side. So Demi, keep going. We're going to catch up to you guys later. I'm so happy you're enjoying this. I wanted to see you out here. I know you're really involved with this barrier project. And I'll catch you in Ballona Creek, all right? Say hey to everybody.
Yes, I will, and we will see each other later. Good luck.
Oh. Thank you. All right. Right now, we are just getting to that lighthouse, and when we turn around the corner, like I said, we have a straight shot to Ballona Creek, and I think I want to check in with Alex. Is Alex around there in Rotterdam?
I can hear you, Dan.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Alex, yep. How's it all going over there?
It's going really well. We're so stoked that I mean, all these lighthouses and dolphins. Oh, by the way, our CEO and founder, who's going to remain nameless, told me to pass on to you that it is not a school of dolphins, but a pod of dolphins. So he's calling you out live on the air, and he's having me do the dirty work. I can see him smiling back there. So it's, take that with a grain of salt.
I actually only have one job. I should always be behind the camera. So if that's the first thing I've messed up, then I'm doing quite well.
Hey, you're talking to somebody else who's never been in front of the camera. So, hey, they asked the two right people here.
Yeah, but this is actually quite fun being out here. And I'm not horribly disappointed by the fog. At least we can see the land. If you look over here, Jimmy's my camera guy, an incredible guy. This guy does a lot of boat live filming, so he's good at this. I don't know how tight you can get there, Jimmy, but you see these waves starting to crash against the rocks over there. This is just such a scenic backdrop to have one of these interceptors to be towed at. And one more person, Alex, give me 1 second. I do want to hop down here. I realize I'm doing this completely on the fly right now.
You going for a swim?
This captain here, Captain Blue. This guy has been incredible for this project. I gotta put him on the spot a minute, because he is everywhere we're asking him to go, he's going. And he and I met the first time in Long Beach when we brought this Interceptor here, or when we lifted it. And I could tell the look in his face that he was quite excited and that he understood what was happening. Introduce yourself and tell me, what is it like being a part of this crazy team, this crazy experience, and everything that's going on?
Hey, this has been absolutely amazing. Getting the pleasure to work with all you guys and being a part of this project. I've enjoyed it. Feels nothing like work.
And you spend a lot of time on the water, and I know we talked about this before. You've seen a lot of plastic. You do a lot of fishing. You're out here doing charters, talking to people all the time. What is it like out here? How much plastic do you see, and how important is a project like this?
I feel like it's very important. I mean, the ocean is littered with, plastic, debris, trash. Being a part of this is, amazing to me, because I'm always out here on the water, and I do see what's going on. So I think it's a great benefit. I think it's a great start. It's good to see so many people, taking part of this and, trying to find a resolution for all of this. So, yeah absolutely. It's great.
Awesome. Yeah, I literally, the one thing I love about my job is meeting the people. When I go to a place like Jamaica or the Dominican Republic or Vietnam, you find yourself talking to these fishermen and people that their lives revolve around being on the water. And the second that we say the ocean cleanup, the first thing that everybody says is, oh, it's so bad. Oh, I want to take you here. Have you heard about this? So this global problem is something. Alex, What do you think about it on your end? You started recently with the ocean cleanup, and you have quite the career behind you as well. How does it make you feel to be working on something that has such a deep meaning?
Wow, that is a deep question, and it's something, you know, you're busy every day working on a mission. It's something you don't often like step back and take stock of, and I think that is the, you know, just watching you guys out there. You know, because often we're in an office and things like that, but just seeing the connection with the Interceptor, with our missions out there, that great, you know, Captain Blue just there, just, you know, people who are affected by it also daily, who see it out there. That is what makes me want to get up in the morning and not do a live stream every day, but, you know, work for the mission. So it's really inspiring. It's an inspiring bunch of people to be around because I've never had a job. I don't know about you, Dan, but I've never had a job where everybody is really working towards the same goal. And that goal is ostensibly a simple goal, but the path there can be rocky. Or choppy waters, however you want to put it. In fact, you know, you're talking about vision out there, and you know, it's getting a little foggy and stuff like that. I think one thing that a lot of people have here at the Ocean Cleanup is vision, and we have a lovely video to share with all of you right now about the vision of how we want to scale things up in our ocean work. And I think, you know, if we're ready, watch this, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Man, I tell you, I get goosebumps every time I see that video, Boyan. For those of us just joining us, while Dan is out with the crew, all of the crew, out in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California, I'm back here at Mission Control in Rotterdam, in the heart of the Netherlands. And I'm joined once again by our founder and CEO, Boyan Slat. Boyan, I want to talk about this video, but also about this vision that we just saw in the video. How are we doing with delivering this vision, turning that into reality?
Sure. I mean, ultimately, it's a step-by-step process, right? We know you start at the end, where do you want to get to, and then you work your way back and figure out, okay, what's then the next step you have to take to make that happen. Now, I feel pretty confident that we've converged on a concept that can deliver this, right? So, using vessels to slowly pull forward a very long floating U-shaped barrier that skims a large surface area that then concentrates the plastic in a central point, where it's really this merging of hardware of software where it's about the system, but it's equally about deciding where these systems go to be as effective as possible and rid the oceans of plastic.
And that's where our research team comes in. Of course, I'll be talking to them a little bit later as well to help us. Well, not just the research team, but many decisions are made on how and where we deploy these systems. What hurdles do we still need to take? And I guess also for people watching this, how can they help us take these hurdles?
Yeah, I mean the cool thought is that even with the system we have today, theoretically we could today clean up the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. The problem is, though, that doing so would not be super cost-effective because you would need maybe in the order of 50 Jennies to
What's a Jenny?
So Jenny is the nickname of our current system, System 2, which is 800 meters in length, and that's exactly the problem. It works, but it's still small.
So 800 meters is too small.
Tiny. Tiny. I mean, the ocean is a really big place. People don't realize how big the ocean is. We literally cannot comprehend how big the ocean is. And this garbage patch, of course, 3 times the size of France. So fortunately, we don't have to skim this whole area because, of course, targeting to hotspots, we can be more smart about that. But still, you still need to cover a really large area. So big system, that's the key thing, what System 3 is about. But essentially, also what you're seeing with these artist renderings, the middle 800 meters of that system is already in the patch today. So exactly the same parts. So the retention zone where the plastic collects, and the first part of what we call the wings, the U-shaped barrier, those are in operation as we speak. And then what's going to happen in the spring of 2023, so in about half a year from now, is that we're going to make the system longer, step by step. Of course, it's quite risky to go to full scale one go, so we want to do this in a step-by-step fashion. And then by early summer, we'd expect to be at the full scale. And then if we manage to get that work well, then we just have to build in the order of 8 or 10 of these systems, deploy them, and then we can, and that's enough to clean up the whole Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
Okay, so the ambition is big, but we're getting there incrementally. We're just looking, tweaking, improving, seeing what works, what doesn't. It's constant testing process, isn't it, as well? I want to ask you about that ambition. I mean, this is maybe a question you get more often than not, but how does it, you mentioned how big the ocean is, but I think that's equally matched by the ambition at the ocean cleanup to tackle this problem. What do you think about aiming high like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really about that. Ultimately, it's about solving a problem. And turns out that big problems require big solutions. So, I mean, sometimes it's crazy to think, okay, so System 3 will be 2.5 kilometers in size. I grew up in a sort of medium-sized town in the Netherlands, 100,000 people, and just the city center of that town, Delft, is is quite a bit smaller than the span of the system. So you could essentially just sweep the whole all of Delft away in about a minute. But yeah, I mean, it's again, it's a big problem. So we need big solutions, and yeah, it's is that ambitious or not? I don't know. It's just something we as humanity need to do.
Well, I'm glad you just went back in time to growing up in Delft, because I know you don't like to talk about the past a lot. You're very forward-looking, and I think many people are at the organization here. But I kind of want to know what would the how do I phrase this question without getting it the wrong way around? If you look back at yourself when you started the ocean cleanup in 2013, so 10 years next year, what advice would you give yourself? What have you learned, to tweak your own process maybe in this thing?
Yeah, it's hard to pick one thing. I mean, still today, I think back at younger me, as in 6 months ago me, I think you were really bloody dumb. I mean, you did some stupid things, but and that goes to show that really sort of tenacity or just perseverance is, and the willingness to change your mind while doing so is just the most important thing, because of course I didn't know what on earth I was doing when I started, and probably in a few years from now think the same thing about me today. But yeah, what you do is you try things, you learn, and you adjust, and you keep going. So of course, so I think that's something that I think we did do reasonably well. I mean, there's so many things about hiring mistakes, managing mistakes, sort of pivoting on a technology front, I think, quicker, and being very data-driven about that, rather than letting things like sunk cost fallacy come into play. So I think that's, when you think about the step we took with System 2, going from a passive to an active system, I think ultimately, looking back, we could have taken that step sooner if we would have been more clear with ourselves, just looking at the numbers and extrapolating that it would essentially never get to where we wanted to reach. We were really, it's almost like a landscape where you have hills and you have mountains, and we essentially reached the top of a hill, a local optimum. But clearly, it was rather than it being sort of the foot of a big mountain. And sometimes it's hard to see the difference. But again, bringing it back to numbers, I think we could have gotten to that point quicker.
Well, and a lot of people forget, of course, that you mentioned management decisions, hiring. It's more than just going out and cleaning up stuff in the ocean. It's a big operation, and it's grown quite a bit in the past few years.
Yeah, of course, it all comes down to the team, right? I mean, I'm a tiny cog in a big machine, so it's having. Of course, we have a great team, super smart, talented group of people.
They're listening upstairs, so I'm sure they're happy to hear that.
Hey, hello. So that's, of course, I feel very privileged to work with this group of people. And, of course, I know also with the ambition that we have for the coming year that that group of talented people needs to expand as well. So, of course, we're always looking for people that feel like I want this to be my mission too, to join the team. So, and of course, through the website, I'd invite people to have a look. We have quite a big list of vacancies at the moment. So, so that's definitely we can only make this happen with the team.
That's right, people. Get on board. That's theoceancleanup.com. If you don't know by now, you do now. Thank you, Boyan. Bring on that future. The Ocean Cleanup recently reached a pretty big milestone with our current ocean system, System 002, indeed, Jenny. And let's take a look at that milestone if we could.
Something special happened in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch this week. Any idea what it was?
A mermaid.
Close? No. We have crossed 100,000 kilos of plastic removed from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So let's go. So this 1,000 times and it's gone. Great Pacific Garbage gone. So it's 0.1%. And there's actually a video. Can you play the video? When it happened. Congrats everyone, cool milestone, and now let's go for the next zero to add. Cool.
Yes, indeed. So 100,000 kilograms of plastic harvested, and that total has been jumping up almost daily recently. That is cause for celebration. We have here, maybe not a lot of people know, we have what we call the ring the bell moments, where we have a big bell at the top of our stairs here in the building, and when that bell comes ringing, everybody comes and gathers on the 7th floor, and we need to celebrate these things because it's such a huge, ambitious project. So every step that we take is a big one for us. Now, we returned to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, you might hear us call it GPGP sometimes, to trial System 002 in July 2021. And we call her Jenny, and she's our first large-scale cleanup system. We ran a test campaign for 12 weeks, and since October 2021, so about a year ago now, Jenny continues to harvest plastic in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And as we start work on System 03, we don't have a name for System 03 just yet, but one of the legendary faces around here, a guy who has been here for, well, you know, we're a young organization, but he's been here for over half of our lifespan, is Fedde Poppenk. And if you're ready for some Fedde, here goes.
5 days ago we arrived in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch with our latest system, Jenny, and we spent the first 3 days deploying it. It was tough work, but it went well, and we managed to fully deploy the system, and on day 4 we managed to have the system spread its wings and go into harvest mode. So we were sweeping the ocean for plastic. We did a short test only a couple of hours, and then we called it a day again. Unfortunately, this morning we found out that one of the antennas of our camera skiff had broken off, and the conclusion was that we had to recover the full system because we need this camera skiff so we can look into the extraction zone, so we can see what we catch, because we want to make sure that we don't catch any wildlife. So after 3 days hard work deploying the system and doing only a short test, successful test, but a short test, we are now recovering the full system again. That feels like a bit of a setback, but even after the short test we did catch quite the amount of plastic. So we are very eager to now repair the camera skiff, get this system out there again in a couple of days, and then continue the harvest.
And joining me now is the one, the only, Fedde Poppenk himself. Fedde, you're not only the proud owner of a luscious beard here at the Ocean Cleanup, which we've mentioned. Fedde, is that a Frisian name? Is that a Northern Dutch name?
Yeah, my name is Frisian indeed. I myself am not, but my name is.
Okay, and Frisians are known to be quite, you know, tough-going people who don't always speak a lot, so I'm looking forward to this interview with you already. I want to ask you, are you enjoying the show? I mean, so far, you know, seeing 007 in the water, how are you experiencing it?
No, it's really cool. We are here in the office with this cool mission control room here behind us. We see images and people all over the world, so it's really cool. It's a good vibe.
Yeah, it definitely is a good vibe. I mean, what does it mean to you when you see also, you know, to go back to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch video that we just saw with 100,000 kilos of plastic harvested? You've been, I mean, tell us, instead of me telling you, how long have you been on our ocean missions and involved in those?
Well, I started here well over 5 years ago, so I came in even before Wilson existed.
Could you explain what Wilson is?
Wilson, we now have Jenny, so this has just been explained, and before Jenny we had Wilson.
So Wilson was named, just for viewers at home, Wilson was named, it's a reference to Tom Hanks' movie, Castaway, and Wilson is, of course, plays a prominent role in that. So that's just as a little footnote for the viewers back home. But so how have things, you know, did you ever think you would be watching the 100,000 kilo harvest?
Well, I definitely joined to watch this moment, but in the beginning we still had to invent a system. Like Wilson was completely new. I was out there with Wilson in the GPGP twice.
What's that like? I mean, for people who have no idea, Boyan was talking just now about, you know, how unfathomably big the ocean is. What is it like being out there in the middle of it?
It's incredible. The first time I was out there, it was not on the very first mission with this big boat, but there was this big vessel bringing Wilson to the GPGP. And then before the second vessel could arrive, there was a bit of a gap. And back in those days, it was quite scary to leave Wilson, our very first system, out there by itself. So there was this little known observation mission, which I was on. So I was on this 20-meter long ocean tug, sailing to the middle of the Pacific, basically to babysit Wilson. So you're on this tiny, tiny boat, nowhere to go, in this huge ocean. And I was just flying the drone a couple of times a day. And then you see your own vessel via this drone shot. And you're just this tiny dot in a vast, vast ocean.
It's probably, well, maybe not quite what Dan's feeling out there this morning in Los Angeles County. Thank you, Fedde. That's been very enlightening. Viewers, coming up next, we're going to, let's see, I'll be having a chat with Joël Janssen. Joël is the man in charge of all things oceans here at the Ocean Cleanup. He puts the ocean into ocean. So now is your chance, if you're on social media, to send us your questions for Joël, who's coming up very shortly. But first, let's take a look at some of the ocean plastic that we've retrieved and that has hit the deck. Hey everyone, it's Alex again at Mission Control. We're in the studio room here where I'm regularly bringing guests in and out, and we have some monitors here on the wall. We are watching all the action live from various points all over the world. And sitting next to me is the best dressed man at the Ocean Cleanup. Puts us all to shame. His shirts are always creased and ironed. His socks and shoes always match. It's Joël Janssen. Joël, how you doing, man?
Doing fine. Excited.
Good. You should be excited. It's an exciting day. I was wondering if you could kind of, we saw the vision video just now. If you could walk me through, kind of the transition from System 002 to System 003. How's that going? And you know, it's ambitious.
It is ambitious for sure. And as you already learned, we need to have big systems and we need many systems because we want to clean the ocean. So where we stand now is that we have an 800-meter system in the ocean. And that is already in part the system 3. It is system 3 already in part. So,
but with wings, right? Is that what?
So meaning we have wings where the plastics is guided along, and then it's captured in the retention zone. And both systems are already what we need for system 3. So system 3 will be this, what we have in the water, plus another 1,600 meters of wing. So we're already, sort of halfway point of components for system 3.
So we're at system 2A or system 2B? No?
It is 2B.
Or not to, no, sorry, couldn't resist that. This is a massive and dauntingly, ambitious project. How do you feel? I mean, I asked the same thing to Boyan, but everybody has a different take on it, about the huge task of cleaning the GPGP.
It is a monumental task, for sure, and that excites me. And I started here about 5 years ago, and what I wanted to do was to clean the oceans. And what I'm so happy about is that with this team of great people, we managed to get to the point where we are now. We took out more than 145 tons out of the Pacific. That's so the first steps are the most difficult, and I think I'm happy and proud that we got this far, but we have a long way to go, and we will get there.
I'm getting a question from social media here now from Elizabeth Palacios. I hope I'm doing your name justice. I apologize if I'm not. And she has a question for you, actually, from her second graders in elementary school, which is always nice to have a question from curious kids. And it's, how is it possible? Well, how can you clean the deepest part of the ocean? Is it possible? Is it necessary?
Ooh, it's
a curveball, yeah. I did.
So what we do, we look at the top of the ocean, because 90% of the floating plastic, 90% of that plastic's what we find in the top 2 meters, that's there. So most of the plastic is there. So that's where we aim at. And so going to the deep sea, it's about 4 kilometers deep where we operate. Yeah, that's challenging to do. So we focus where the majority of the plastics is, and that's just right on the top of the water.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, plastic is generally pretty light. It floats at the top, right? I mean, I'm saying this in layman's terms, but...
It floats, and what you have to imagine is that over time, it will break down. So it will break down, and then maybe over the years will sink. So what we want to do is to act now, to get it out now before it sort of breaks into smaller segments that can break down and also sink.
Exactly, before you have the microplastics problem and all of those issues. Thank you, Joël. That's very enlightening. Let's take a step back, all of us together, and we'd like to show you how our system 002 actually works, how it gets the job done.
So Jenny is a 800-meter long floating barrier which we tow through the water. The barrier is 3 meters deep in the water. It's completely open at the bottom, which is important because it allows fish to escape, and it has flotation along the top, which helps it to keep its shape. And it's connected at each end to one of these vessels, the one that I'm standing on here and also the vessel that you can see behind me. Those vessels are moving ahead at a very slow speed. It's about 1.5 knots, which is less than 2 miles an hour. As we move through the plastic and through the water, then you get a natural flow of water caused by that movement, and the plastic is carried along those 2 barriers, which we call wings, on each side, and it's transported to a central area, and there's a collection area which we call the retention zone in the middle of that U shape. So all of the plastic flows along, it flows into that retention zone, and that enables us, after a certain time, maybe once a week, to bring the 2 vessels together, hand one wing of Jenny to the other vessel so they're holding both, and the other vessel can go around to the back of the system and pick up the retention zone, which has all the plastic inside. Then we take the plastic from the retention zone, empty it all out onto the deck. We separate it into different materials according to different recycling streams. We package it up and we take it back onto shore, and then we can send it for recycle.
This is Rotterdam calling. Welcome back. This next segment really, really excites me because I have never spoken to somebody adrift in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And I am now joined by Yannick Pham, our computational modeler. He's on the line right now from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Yannick, how are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well here. There is Roseview to be working in, as you can see. Middle in the Pacific Ocean, middle of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch as we know it. Sun has just started to rise. We're towing. Life is good.
Life is good. That's good to hear because, I can imagine life can be fairly monotonous out there. Aside from removing trash, it's quite, how long are you out there for? How long is each trip?
Each trip is usually 6 weeks. So we're leaving from Vancouver in Canada. We have 5 to 6 days of transit to go to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And then we start deploying at roughly 4 weeks in the field before going back to civilization over there.
That is cool.
So I've been there now since early August.
Wow.
And you say monotonous, but if I'm totally honest, it's never the same here. We are always having surprises because...
Well, like what? Come on, you can't just say that.
Simple. As you have said, we are testing a new system, like with new parts, new wings of the future. And as always, when you test new things can go a bit differently than what you would have expected, I would say. So we have things to observe, things to check, things to fix. And when everything is going right, we have things to test. Which means just going there, manipulating the system. And each day brings its new lot of surprises.
How much trash have you guys removed out there so far?
Last trip was a grand total of 25 tons, which was quite good considering we're testing a new part of the system. So we spent a lot of time doing tests, fixing some electronics things. So not as much time collecting in itself, I would say. There's a new retention zone right now. But despite spending not so many time collecting system per se, we did manage to get 25 tons in 4 weeks out there. That was a really, really good score. And for this trip, we just had our first extraction 2 days ago, if I remember well. And yes, after 4 days in really not good weather, not exactly where we wanted to go for different reasons. Despite that, in just 4 days, 5.3 tons, I think. That's also quite good.
Well, keep it.
So we're going in the good direction.
Keep it coming. We want more of those films with stuff being dumped on the deck that shouldn't be out there in the water. Now, Yannick, I want to ask you. You guys recently, I was just talking to Joel about Wilson and stuff, and I hear on the last trip that you guys actually finally found Wilson. I think we have a shot of that we could share with you. What was that moment like finding Wilson out there?
It was quite something, and to be totally honest, like Wilson, it's the system itself, well, the movie too, was before my time at the ocean cleanup. But I heard the legend, heard all the stories and everything. So when we found this little guy standing in the middle, we of course jumped into it with Shannon last trip to make sure it would not end up labeled as garbage and being put away because of been such a waste. And I think we spent 10 minutes just throwing the thing at each other and being happy with the little Wilson baby.
Even if you're young, and I hear the subtone there, I get where you're coming from here. I won't take it personally, but these stories get passed on from ocean cleanup generation to generation. So it's good that the heritage lives on, and we'll be sure to have Wilson join Clang the Bear pretty soon here. I want to ask you. You are a computational modeler. What is that?
Well, I could summarize what I'm doing it quite simply. It's just about deciding where we're going. So for this, we can decide to just roam around a bit aimlessly, randomly in the GPGP. That's one thing to do. But we can also help ourselves with one of the greatest tools we have at our disposal, which is the computational power and data. Combining the two helps us to understand a lot of things, be it how the plastic moves, where does it come from, where it is, and of course in the system itself. For my job in specific, it's really about modeling the plastic behavior. And then try to bring this big whole thing, Jenny, where there is the most plastic in the garbage patch. Because even in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch itself, depending on where you are, you can catch a couple of hundred of kilograms in one day, which is quite something. But you can also catch more than 4 tons in a day if you're in a good location. And that's what we call the hotspot, and that's where we want to be.
So you are the hotspot hunter.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Get the T-shirt. Get the T-shirt. Hey, Yannick, how long are you still out there? What's the timeline like for you for the rest of this trip?
Rest of this trip, we are just going to the 3rd week of the trip. Did a second deployment there, so we'll keep on harvesting for a bit more than 2 weeks, and then back to Viktorija. And I think I will touch ground somewhere around the 1st or 2nd of November.
Cool. Well, bon voyage, dude, and stay safe out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Yannick Pham, our computational modeler, straight from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Technology still amazes me, especially on a day like today. And for us here at the Ocean Cleanup, I want to go into a segment that I think is really important. I alluded to it in a conversation with Boyan before, but research. So we have great engineers here, we have great scientists, we have great researchers, and research plays an integral part in everything we do. All of our actions and deployments depend on research. We need to scope things out before we act upon them, and that role is growing, and we have a few things we'd like to show you. Let's first take a look at some of our focus on the environment first, and how we are working to minimize the impact that we leave behind.
In order to operate System 002 safely in the ocean environment, while we were creating the technology, we also developed, parallel to that, a series of monitoring and mitigation measures that allowed us to initially monitor what is happening inside and around the system, and at the same time have technologies or tricks in the design. For example, we have an escape routes at the bottom of the retention zone. And what we have seen with the camera that monitor the marine life interaction inside the retention zone is that fish that might enter from the entrance while we move the system further can perceive that there is an opening at the bottom, and actually they move in that direction and then they leave the system. And we have seen this interaction and this type of behavior thousands and thousands of times. We see a lot of marine life around our system, to a certain extent playing also with our system. I mean, they can swim in and out very easily. Thousands of fish swimming in the proximity of the retention zone, having the plastic moving along and be collected, and the fish be able to swim freely away. Or a shark, we also had footages of a shark. Basically, he went to check the system, he swam around the system, and then he swam away. I think what is important to stress is that every time we go to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, we understand that there is an ongoing impact on that ecosystem. Plastic is going to harm that environment for decades, centuries, and so on, without us knowing it, but it will do that. We saw that with every ghost net and every piece of plastic that we collect.
Pulling a ghost net out of the water that may have a variety of crabs or other organisms living on it, and I don't think there's any way to avoid that per se. Any action that we could take to try to improve the situation out there, there will be impacts. Regardless of how we do it, there are going to be some level of impacts, and it's always about reducing and mitigating those impacts.
What can happen, and actually happen often, especially at the beginning, is that one of your monitoring and mitigation measure might fail, especially those that have electronic technology. So it's not just about having some escape routes. It's the series of all the mitigation layers you have put in place. For example, we have also a way to inform the marine life that the system is in the water, both during the night and in the day. We have placed certain type of pingers which are specific for marine mammals, but actually, because they produce a sound, they also inform other marine life like fish and sea turtles. We have certain type of flashing lights, and we have these tools installed all along the system, both the wings and the retention zone. We also have the camera system, which is a development done for the project that allowed us to monitor what's happening inside the retention zone, the footage transmitted directly to the vessel where protected species observer can monitor what is happening. And if there is an emergency, it can activate the emergency release system, and that allows to flush entirely the system. Overall, I think the great deal of effort that we put in designing System 002 for marine safety is actually paying back. The system can be operated in a safe manner, so it gives us the confidence that we are going in the right direction to design a system that can remove plastic debris from the ocean while impacting marine life and the ocean ecosystem the minimum amount as possible. And that's great.
Welcome back to the Ocean Cleanup Mission Control headquarters here in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. I'm Alex Tobin, and I'm your host for this segment of the program. I just want to recap for those of you just joining us that we are currently towing Interceptor 007 in the Pacific Ocean. We have rounded that peninsula, that curve, and I'm apologizing. I'm using very unnautical terms here, but we have rounded that. We are now in a straight shot all the way to buoy R10. In the Pacific Ocean, and I think you can probably see that on the map right now, and we are making good time. I think we're going at about 5 knots, at least we were earlier. I don't have the latest speed, but it's exciting. We've got the whole crew out there. Yep, I'm getting 5 knots indeed, and we've got the whole crew out there. Dan will be back later on in the program with some special guests out there. And we've got our land crew, of course, out there following us from location to location. And, we're inviting people. If you see us on the map there and you want to get a closer look, especially as we come inland towards Ballona Creek, please don't hesitate. Drop by, wave at us, cheer us on. We can all definitely use that. So I'd like to go back to the video that we just watched. It's so good to see. Exactly. Look at this shot. Look at this shot right now. These sea lions here on the buoy. This is why we do this. And this is why research is so important to everything that we do here. We are always learning. We're always tweaking. We're always improving the way we deploy both our ocean systems and our river interceptors. And as new information comes to light, it allows us to refine our operations, it allows us to make them more efficient, and it further limits, most importantly, our impact on the environment. In fact, we've recently learned a lot about the composition of the plastic we've collected by System 002, and I'd like to show you this film about it.
This new paper published in Scientific Reports looks into the origin of plastic that we found here in the garbage patch in the North Pacific. We already knew that about half of the mass of plastic in the North Pacific was fishing nets. But we also look at those hard plastics. The rest is composed of hard plastic, hard fragments, and we see that most of it is actually also coming from fishing activities. And so we estimate that about 80% of the plastic we found here in the North Pacific is coming from fishing activity.
We're currently at the Wageningen University and Research, where we are doing research on the floating plastic debris that we collected with System 1B. So what's really unique here is that we have large quantities of plastic debris from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, and it allows us to really dive deeper into questions like, what do we find there in the garbage patch? How much do we find? Where is it coming from? Where is it going to? How long is it staying there? And in order to answer these questions, we really need to have large quantities of plastic to get a sample that's representing what's actually out there afloat. It's like exactly the information we're looking for.
Yeah.
And also this, and maybe we can find someone that can actually identify it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that with the method the ocean cleanup is using, that it's both very small plastic items, it's up to a few millimeters, and the extremely big items, like there's one item that's 2 meters in size, and that makes it interesting that we have a bit from everything. Bigger objects that we can identify and smaller objects that, well, we also weigh, etc., but obviously you can't identify them anymore.
What we're actually doing is we sort every piece of litter into 120 categories, and then when we have sorted all those items in those categories, then we do a more deeper analysis of litter items within such a category. It's like detectives, we're looking at every single item to see if we can find any clues that can help us identify where they're from, why did they end up in the sea, and perhaps what could be a solution to prevent this.
There are several reasons why fishing gear can be found in the ocean. Usually we will use the term ALDFG for abandoned, lost, or otherwise discarded fishing gear. The fishermen can basically abandon their gear. This can be for several reasons, safety reasons, a storm, so they can no longer go back and retrieve their gear. The fishermen can lose their gear. What if the GPS signal get lost and they cannot retrieve and go back to the geographical location where they left it? And discarded is basically this item is no longer needed and it's been discarded into the ocean. One of the objectives of the study was also to look at what is the type of fishing industry that is basically linked to these plastic debris. And we actually use also a model to help us understand better where it's coming from. And based on the data, we found out that 48% of the fishing equipment that we found in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is linked to trawling.
This is different here from previous research that we've been doing, because in the past we've been doing mostly characterization and quantification of plastic here in the garbage patch. But here we've been really looking at trying to understand the origin of this plastic and see what are the sources for this plastic to enter the ocean, what are the reasons for this plastic to end up in the ocean. And because, you know, we're focusing on cleaning the ocean here, it's important, but we don't want to do that forever, right? So we want to address the sources eventually and make sure that, you know, there's no more plastic entering the ocean. And so at the Ocean Cleanup, we've been focusing on addressing the sources in rivers by intercepting plastic in rivers. But here in the North Pacific, we find that a lot of the plastic we collect is actually coming from, not from land, but from fishing activities, from the sea directly. We often look at developing economies as contributors of plastic pollution into the ocean. So for the North Pacific Ocean, there would be, you know, the Southeast Asia, Philippines, Indonesia, or Central America, South America. And surprisingly, actually, we don't find many markings that come from those countries, but instead we find markings that come from industrialized nations, big nations, large economies. And basically, mostly 4 countries that was contributing into that pollution here for this hard plastic. We found plastic coming from Japan, plastic coming from China, plastic coming from Korea, and plastic coming from the US. We also believe that we have a large contribution of Japan, also because of the tsunami that happened in 2011 and that released a lot of debris into the North Pacific.
Sourcing fishing gear is a huge challenge, and one of the reasons why it is a huge challenge is when we find a piece of plastic, we can see the country of origin, but very often we might have, for example, USA fishermen that will be buying equipment from China. So when we find the debris in the middle of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, we see that the manufacturing country is China, but in fact the owner of this equipment might not be from that country. So it's a very delicate subject, and we should not extrapolate and make wider conclusions. The plastic debris that we find in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is actually very different from the plastic that we may find in coastal environments. It's mostly plastic that will persist a very long time in the environment. Fishing nets, eel traps, buoys, oyster spacers, and all of this hard plastic will remain trapped in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And according to the simulations that were made in this specific publication, there is a low percentage of this plastic, at least for a 7-year simulation, that will reach the coastal environment. When we think in terms of coastal pollutions and plastic items being emitted from rivers, the type of debris that we find is very different. It's more single-use plastic items, it's more weak polymers that will degrade and fragment faster, that might sink. It will remain very close to the coastal environments. Very rarely this plastic will make its way all the way offshore to the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So these are two complete different sources, and we should work on both of them.
One thing that I take away from here is that, you know, we've been studying sources of plastic pollution into the ocean for quite a long time, and we've had our eyes onto developing economies for quite a long time, and you know, looking at waste management system, and quite often you see that plastic pollution is also a story of poverty. But here it's not the case. It's, you know, it really is coming from rich economies and from industrialized fishing nation, and just shows that, yeah, like the fishing industry has a really strong role to play here, and it's very important that we address this issue here.
Our main goal and objective for all of us is to basically turn off the tap and stop plastic being emitted into the ocean. And the truth is that most of the emissions coming into the ocean is still coming from the land and being emitted from the rivers worldwide. So it's still very important to intercept this debris before it goes into the ocean. But when we look at the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, closing the tap for this specific region, if more than 3/4 of the plastic comes from the fishing industry, is a hard challenge, and we cannot do this alone. It's a global issue. It has to be solved globally. We are mostly in international waters, so we need to collaborate with other organizations that are specialized in discussing with fishermen, with the fishing industry, that are specialized on policies and regulations. We are doing research, we are trying to answer scientific questions, but we really hope that organizations worldwide will be using the data to help think further about how to solve this huge issue.
And it is indeed a huge issue. It's one we can't solve alone. Joining me now in Rotterdam at Mission Control is one of the stars of the video you just saw. You'll recognize him. He's another very well-groomed beard person here at the Ocean Cleanup. We have a few. We have a lot of beards and we have a lot of dogs. And Matthias Egger is joining us now. Matthias, could you tell us what you do at the Ocean Cleanup?
Yeah, hey, Alex. Yes, so I'm the lead ocean field scientist, so I'm in charge of our offshore research data collection and analysis, but really I'm part of the research team here at the Ocean Cleanup, where we are really focusing on understanding the problem. So we are trying to figure out where is plastic entering the ocean, what happens to it once it is in the ocean, and what kind of harm is it doing to marine life, and for that we need data. And so that's my job, is to get that data to understand where is all the plastic and where is it going to.
And in the video we discovered that there seems to be another source of plastic pollution in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. When you were collecting all the data and tagging all of these items and things, was that a surprise to you and your fellow researchers?
Yes, it was actually, in fact. So we already knew that half of the plastic mass out there in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is fishing nets. So we knew that fisheries, they have a key role to play. But what really surprised us is that also all the non-net stuff, so all the rigids, hard objects, we actually figured out that most of them are not from countries you would expect based on riverine emissions. If you look at how much plastic is going into the ocean from rivers, you would expect to find lots of countries from Southeast Asia or the Philippines, Indonesia. But in fact, what we find is, countries like Korea, we find in the US, in Japan, China. And so, that points towards the fishing. Like these are large economies, like fishing nations. And that was a surprise to us because initially we thought, okay, we figured it out and we know how it works, right? It's plastic going from the land into the ocean. Some of it beaches, some of it goes offshore, accumulates in garbage patches. But really now what we see happening is that, yes, plastic is coming in from rivers, but there's this big other source of, from fishing industry and generally more like marine-based sources of plastic, and that's what we see accumulating in those garbage patches.
Well, yeah, and I mean, what I'm trying to get my head around, and what probably a lot of people are wondering, if we say that 75% of the plastic in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch comes from these fishing nations, and they're big nations. They have big fishing industries, as you say. Why is it still so important for us to focus so many of our efforts on cleaning up the rivers, do you think?
That is an excellent question. And it's so confusing because, we think that roughly 80% of all the plastic that we find in the ocean is coming from land. And about 20% is coming from fishing or other marine-based sources of plastic. But if you go into the garbage patch, it's the other way around. It's 80% from fishing, 20% from land. But really what this means is if you look at it globally, most of the plastic that is going into the ocean is coming from land. But the fate of that plastic is mostly coastal environments. So we see that it comes from the river. So if a bottle flowing down the river, you go into the ocean and there's a big chance you beach back onto a closed shoreline. I mean, just take a walk on the beach, you see lots and lots of plastic there. Guatemala is a good example, we see lots of plastic there as well from the river. So the point is, if you lose an object at sea, it has a high chance of accumulating in the garbage patch. If you lose it at land or in a river, it has a high chance of accumulating in coastlines. So if we now intercept plastic in the rivers, we can largely eliminate plastic pollution in coastal environments. And that's also where a lot of marine life is, that's where a lot of tourism is. That's also like very important zones that we need to target. So if you want to rid the world's oceans of plastic, it makes sense to start with the rivers because that's still a large source of plastic in the ocean.
Yeah, and of course, rivers are also more in eyesight of many people who then see it as an issue. So, it's if you're in the middle of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, where Yannick is right now, not everybody sees that. So it's quite a revelation to just realize that it comes from these different sources. And I know, I would invite everyone to log on to our website, theoceancleanup.com, and there's plenty of information about, the video that you just watched, but also the whole scientific paper that you and the team have written about this. I want to ask you about that. We often work closely together with others in the scientific community. How would you say, since you've worked for the Ocean Cleanup, has the reception of the Ocean Cleanup in being, a part of these conferences and things like that, involved with that community, how has that changed, if at all?
It did change, and I've been with the Ocean Cleanup for almost 5 years now. And one key challenge that we have as a research team is that we are not a university, we're not a research institute, so we need to get some credibility to know that our science is legit, it's done properly, and so that's why we publish all our results in peer-reviewed literature to make sure that we are unbiased, because there could be potential conflict of interest, and we're trying to understand a problem that we're also trying to solve. So there's some obvious conflict of interest there, and you just want to have unbiased science, so that's why we have this peer-reviewed literature. And what we see is evolving over the past 4 or 5 years is there were many scientists skeptical about our research, and we've proven that we can do good research, and actually now they see us as a chance, and we see them as a chance as well, so it's mutual. So, we have these vessels, for example, going into the North Pacific like almost constantly, right? And that's a great opportunity because all in a sudden these remote areas become accessible, and we can do so much great science, and we can, also enable other research and other science done by other research groups. So it really became from being skeptical on to, let's say, oh yeah, those guys, they know what they're doing, and actually they have they offer us a platform for our own research. And we're trying to solve it together and understand it together. So it really is a collaborative effort. And I think that really has changed over the past couple of years.
It does indeed go back to, you can't do it alone. And it's nice to see that. I'll be talking to our head of global affairs in a moment about how we're working together with other organizations and how relevant that is for us at the Ocean Cleanup. I'm getting the message that we have some social media questions for you. So I'd like to see if we can pick one and see. I've got a message from Cor and Ria van Dongen. Sounds like a Dutch couple to me. They say, great job, guys. By the way, Matthias, have you yet identified the oldest piece of plastic that you found out there in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch?
We did. And it was a buoy.
Older than me?
I don't know your age, so I'm going to say yes.
Always a good answer.
Just to be on the safe side. So it was a buoy from 1966.
Yeah, you're safe.
1966.
Wow. And so that just stays there. Isn't the danger also, though, that we need to get to these things? I mean, that's very old, and you'd imagine it. I'm not a scientist, so please, correct me, but it becomes porous at a certain point. It breaks down into microplastics and becomes more difficult to remove from the ocean than if you get to it now.
Yes, and that's why we should, not wait and clean while we still can clean before it's microplastic. But so the point is, what we see is the debris accumulating in the garbage patch has a high persistency. What I mean by this is no stuff that fragments probably has sunk already and did not reach the gyre because it's very far away, right? Yeah. And so what we see is that roughly half of the objects we were able to identify in terms of age, they are from the last century, and about half of them are from this century. So that means that 50% is really old, and it looks like it's quite persistent. But at the same time, you also see it is fragmenting, because we see microplastics. It's like snow falling down into the deep sea. We've shown that in the North Pacific. It's happening, but it's happening slowly, so there's still a chance to clean it up. But we shouldn't wait too long, because once it's small, it will be very difficult to clean.
Time is, as always, of the essence. Thank you, Matthias. In fact, this past summer, that's not the only research we're doing. I know we're working on a lot of projects at the moment. This past summer, some members of our research team recently set sail from San Diego on a little bit of an ocean mission. Let's see how they got on with that.
Good morning, Rich. Go ahead.
It is sunrise in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, so we are strapping up our 6 vessel cameras.
Right now we are about 140 west, 33.23 north. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, 4 or 5 days away from any land.
Current speed 1 decimal 8, over.
Taking off in 3, 2, 1. Clear, and we're up.
The Megatrawl is out, the Mantatrawl, the drones are up in the sky. We've got visual surveys going on, all the GoPros are running, so for now everything seems like it's working well.
Bridge, everything is deployed, everything is deployed.
This expedition is called the Ground Truth Expedition, and what we're trying to do here is to ground truth or remote sensing method. So we developed different ways of observing plastic using cameras, either from drones or from vessels. What we need to do is to make sure that those methods are accurate. And so we compare basically our observation with samples that we collect directly in the water. So we get the truth from the ground. So that's what ground truthing is about, basically.
We've been conducting quite a lot of research already, particularly in the North Pacific here, but going forward, obviously we cannot do that all the time, all year long in every ocean, so we're trying to find methods to monitor plastic pollution at global scale and systematically over time. So to do this, we developed that camera system that basically takes a lot of images of the sea surface, and we have an artificial intelligence algorithm that can detect all the different debris. And once this is working well, we want to scale up basically and try to deploy those in different vessels going basically all around the world, and we can basically build like global maps over time of plastic pollution accumulation.
Every GoPro that we attach to a ship's railing is taking about 130,000 pictures a day. So even that in and of itself is like an insane amount of data that we can now bring back to our remote sensing lead, and definitely I think that's a really scalable technology.
The biggest kind of advantage of using drones like this is that they allow you to get an aerial perspective of the water and of all the plastic at a high resolution. What the tether does is it basically feeds power through that cable to the drone so you can fly in theory indefinitely. So since for this particular mission we're basically just cruising along with the boat, taking pictures of plastic as it flows by, we don't have to go very far.
So the goal is to get as much data as possible. And what we can do is feed the data into an algorithm that can search through the water photographs for bits of plastic and then catalog a volume of how much plastic we think is passing the boat before it goes into the trawl.
The biggest limitation is the fact that it's very hard to process the data real time. A lot of the plastic is hard to detect on, basically you're watching the live feed through a little screen. It's hard to detect on that screen. But as the camera quality gets better, as the live feed gets better, and as our ability to identify plastic real time improves, I think that technology has huge potential to go find hotspots.
Once you go in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, it's quite striking actually, because you're sailing for maybe 4 or 5 days, and the first few days when you leave the North American coastline, you don't see anything, or just really barely like 1 or 2 objects floating here and there. But like from one day to another, you actually start to see a lot, and so there's quite a very strict boundary to the time you enter this accumulation zone. But once you're in the accumulation zone, like debris is not sort of homogeneously distributed. There's no plastic island, right? It's kind of dispersed all over. But then what we notice is that on large and small scale, you actually notice that debris is more or less concentrated. So you will see some sort of little patch passing through the vessel, and that's what we call hotspots. We're trying to understand how those debris sort of accumulate at smaller scale. So during this expedition, we had our crew back on land in Rotterdam that were running numerical models on a daily basis and giving us reports of where we thought we could find like hotspots of plastics. And it's really important that we try to understand this, because if we are able to predict the formation of those hotspots, then we can give this information to our cleanup system and operation offshore. And obviously that will make our cleanup much more efficient, we'll save on time, on cost, on energy. So this is what we're trying to chase.
It's always surprising to see how much plastic we find in our nets on a micro scale. Like the macroplastic you kind of see from the bridge or from the deck, but unless you're in the water or you're sampling with a net that's designed to sample microplastics, you have no idea how much really small stuff is floating around in the water around you. And I think that always just blows my mind, that after 30 minutes you can come back with a full like cod end of your net that's just like filled with this very depressing confetti. And yeah, it's kind of it leaves a bad feeling, because you know that the problem is so much bigger than we can actually visualize. And then I think we're continuously kind of curious about to sample for microplastics and nanoplastics at depth. So we're lowering down pumps with a very fine mesh and pump for microplastics and nanoplastics, and see whether the continuous fragmentation of larger objects is resulting in the smaller objects kind of sinking to lower parts of the water column.
This is going to go 2.5 kilometers down with just this much wire rope as we have, so pretty deep.
Well, we got quite some work now. Like this was the fun part, being on the ground. But obviously, there's two components. We have to go through the samples we collected. So that means we're going to have to count and weight and classify all the different plastic particles and plastic objects we collected with our trolls. And at the same time, we'll have to go through all the footage we collected with our cameras. So obviously, the idea is to make some estimate of concentration, but also try to compare the different concentration estimated by the cameras and by the trolls and see if we get similar results.
I'm just really curious. I can say from like a tactile experience how much plastic I think is out here at a time, but of course we have all of these techniques that aren't tactile. That's their, like, by definition, they're supposed to be, you know, kind of removed from that. So I'm interested to see both whether we can see all the same plastic as we actually caught in our nets, and if the way that we process those images is, reliable enough that we can say, like, oh look, there's that crate that the drone picked up and the GoPros picked up and we caught with the Megatroll. You know, that would be awesome. That's something that I'm hoping to see.
All right, well, we are back here in the Pacific Ocean where that piece just came to you from. We're chugging along pretty well out here. We're still going about 4 knots. The swell is getting a little higher. You can see the thing rocking back and forth, but it's doing well. I've been watching the operations boat back there. No real concern with anything. We're going quite well. We've passed the peninsula. As I mentioned earlier, we're reaching to where we're going to start being about 3.5 miles offshore. So we are in the Pacific Ocean. Well, one of the people that was tagging along on this ground truth expedition that you just saw is our very own Val Marinelic. Val, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. So what are you thinking about all of this?
The Interceptor tow? I mean, it's amazing. It was such a great morning. We had dolphins joining us, sea lions. Absolutely stunning, and yeah, it's been going really great so far.
And the piece that they just saw was one that you actually filmed and produced yourself. How was that experience for you, being out in the Great Pacific Garbage? Isn't it funny how all of a sudden you're like, hey, I'm working on this, next thing you know, you wake up here in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch?
Yeah, it's quite amazing. Yeah, this was my first time offshore, first time in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, so yeah, definitely an experience I'll never forget. And yeah, it's incredible to be out there, and also kind of sad when you're out there. Like, you're sailing out for 4 to 5 days, see nothing but ocean, and then once you arrive in the patch, you suddenly see all these pieces of plastic floating around. So yeah, that really leaves you thinking.
Yeah, definitely. And as we've been learning, a lot of it's from the fishing community, but there's also stuff out there just random, like toothbrushes and car parts and this and that. What's the most random thing that you saw out there?
We saw a hat, we saw some alcohol bottles, we saw fishing gear, most random thing. We saw some little, like, toys. That was kind of funny. But yeah, all kind of random things out there.
And again, to emphasize how important it is that we're out there. You know, let's not lose our guy, Jimmy. Jimmy, you with me? Yeah. So we do a lot of camera work. We produce a lot of stories. We tell a lot of the stories of what's happening behind the scenes, because it is important for us to pass this along to our supporters and to partners, just so that everybody knows what is happening out there. What do you think about this? Like, is this something you always wanted to do as a filmmaker?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I want to share the story of the ocean cleanup, and yeah, I mean, why it's so important for us to document the work that we're doing at the Ocean Cleanup is because we're a non-profit organization. We need our supporters all over the world, so it's really important that we share what we're doing and yeah, get the word out there. And yeah, that's also why we're out here today. I mean, we want to get you all out there with us and take you along the ride. And yeah, I mean, absolutely amazing.
And we are a small team. We have a little Swiss guy named Florent Bavard that's there in the control room. We want to give a quick shout out to him because I know he's watching this. He's doing a lot of the behind the scenes right now. And we have Tice. We have a good creative unit in this communications team. We have a great communications team. We do take a lot of pride in doing things like this, pulling together an event like this to share with you all. Val, tell me more about this tow. This is the first time you've seen something like this, like towing an interceptor. You've been on a working interceptor, so you dabble a bit in the river program as well. How important is this to our story?
Yeah, I mean, it's super important. This is the first time that we are in LA, first time in the US. And yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful tow here along the coastline. And yeah, I mean, I've been on the Interceptor in the Dominican Republic. That was really cool to see as well. And I can't wait to see it in Ballona Creek working and intercepting the trash.
And what have the last few days been like for you? We've been teaming up with Transition Productions. We're working with LiveView, GoPro. They're all partnering on this. It's been an incredible thing that we've thrown together with all of this technology and the people that are excited. What is this like for you? Because you're real passion like me. We're not normally on this side of the camera. We like using the tools like the GoPro as a tool, using the camera as our pen and paper. What has it been like for you to be a part of this experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that we're able to pull this live stream off. But we have so many partners with us on this live stream. Without them, we would not be able to do it. And yeah, I mean, the last few days, they were pretty busy and there was lots to do, but the crew is absolutely amazing and they're doing a fantastic job. And yeah, thanks to all of you who make this happen.
Excellent. Val, thank you so much. And some of the people that we really like to show our work to are governments, because we find ourselves in a lot of countries where we need to be able to tell our story so that a government can see or politicians can see. And I think Alex is back in Rotterdam with somebody that knows a little bit about this. Alex, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear, Dan. Hey. Yes, somebody who knows a little bit about this, somebody who knows a lot about this. Working side by side with governments and international organizations is indeed fundamental to what we do. It's becoming ever more important. It helps us make an even bigger impact with the work that we do. And I'm joined by somebody whose name I'm not going to slaughter again, so I'm going to have him introduce himself. But this person is our head of global affairs. Dear sir, could you please introduce yourself and tell us what the head of global affairs does?
I'm João Ribeiro Bidawi. I'm head of global affairs. My role is to lead our external engagement, our relations with governments from across the world, but also with international organizations like the United Nations, and also with what we call the like-minded organizations in the blue community, like WWF or Ocean Conservancy. So that's the main priority of my work, basically to build coalitions, to build support. This is a monumental task. We heard this several times today. We cannot do it alone, and therefore we are working hard to bring others on board the mission. Yeah.
And is that, we're a fairly young organization. Is that a fairly uphill climb? Might be a drastic term, but is that, it's step by step, I'm guessing.
Well, it's step by step. There are many priorities. We know how governments look at the problems depending on their own political systems. In democracies, they hear more to the causes that are louder in a sense. In other countries, things work differently. So basically, we believe that our actions are more important than our words. So the impact of our actions will speak louder than words, and hopefully that will help getting more engagement, more support from governments and others. Yeah.
And when we're talking about, say, the international organization, the United Nations, for example, we recently got what I like to call a seat at their table. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
You are absolutely right. We got a seat at the table. We were granted what the UN calls a consultative status. That means that we can come with delegations to international negotiations. And the timing could not have been better because our states, of all of us, have agreed to negotiate a new treaty, a new agreement between states, mirroring a little bit what we hear a lot about climate change, the Paris Agreement. So states are leading up an effort to have a treaty to curb plastic pollution, to solve the issue of plastic pollution. And the first meeting is in November, and we hope to be there to share our experience, our knowledge, our data, and be a credible source for states to decide things based on the best available science.
Now, you mentioned knowledge, experience, data, being a credible source. I've been to some of these conferences before, and I know some of these settings get to be a bit informal as well. Now, we have a big following on social media, for example, maybe not so much with some of the institutional organizations. Have you maybe thought about, improving your game and busting out some new moves on TikTok or something to reach these people?
Well, that was an unexpected question. I have a modest Twitter account. I'm more active on LinkedIn, where I can have a better opportunity to deal with officials, with representatives from governments and other organizations. TikTok, okay, a confession. I have an account, but it's an anonymous account just to check what's going on.
And, of course, you follow us, and do follow us on TikTok as well. We're approaching 1 million subscribers, I think, on TikTok, or followers, I should say. I'm really sounding like an old man here, see? But, Joao, we have a question also that's come into us on social media. Let me see if we can find one. What is your role with the UN Ocean Decade? How can we get involved? And with we, I mean us.
Well, it's an initiative from UNESCO. It's indeed, they dedicated the current decade to ocean actions. They identify and support certain initiatives that fit in the agenda of protecting and restoring the ocean. It's something that we are looking at. But indeed, we only want to join initiatives where we can bring a solid contribution. This is one where we can bring a solid contribution, again, with our research, for example, and we are looking into it. I'm sure over the coming months we will be part of it.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to, end on singling out an individual project, one of our projects as an example for a moment. In Guatemala, we're still in testing stages, but with our Interceptor there, this one seems to be a tougher cookie to crack, and I'm sure you encounter, tough cookies all the time. As you know, and I know, our engineers, our project managers, they are working hard to stop an immense quantity of plastic from flowing into the Caribbean. Are we going to make that? Are we going to be able to stop that?
I'm confident that we will meet the expectations of the people of Guatemala. There's a lot of attention around the project. We are working very hard to work together with the local government, with the Guatemala city, with the national government, and hopefully we will together find a solution and solve the problem of the Motagua. This is what I usually call, has the potential to be a peace project, because there's a lot of effect that goes to the neighbors of Guatemala, affecting the coastlines, the beaches. So there's an impact in the communities, in their livelihood.
So it can profit more than just Guatemala if we do this right.
I do believe that if we work together with the government of Guatemala, this has the potential to be a peace project in the sense that it will improve the relationships between Guatemala and its neighbors. So again, it's true that our mission is to clean plastic, but there are side effects that cannot be overlooked. And in this particular case, we are talking about a very tangible political effect of peace.
A positive side effect. And that's so typical, well, because we're talking, about thinking big here at the Ocean Cleanup. And even, on that scale, we're always thinking bigger than the actual problem itself and looking at the ramifications and the results that, win-win, I would say. And indeed, I'd like to share with viewers the level of trash that we encountered in Guatemala was absolutely mind-blowing, and we have a video we'd like to share with you about that.
Here it comes. What on earth are you seeing right now?
The massive flood, what we are expecting, man. Now, if you see, 2 of the posts are killed because the heavy force that all of the trash and the force of the river is making on our fence. So it's working. It's working.
Shit, Guillermo, shit! Yeah!
Right now, we are losing a considerable amount of plastic over there because of the strength of the river is making all of the ground of the dirt flushing away. So we are losing a lot of amount of plastic over there. Look at that. The positive thing here is that we know that it's a pilot phase. However, we know now which are our weak spots on the fence. So this is not the only flood that we will experiment this season. So let's keep working. Let's correct these issues, and I hope that for the next flash flood we will be ready for stop all of the plastic. I have a lot of mixture of emotions because this water for sure going to the ocean. So if this fence works properly, we know for sure that all of this amount of plastic we will out of the ocean for sure.
And I'm joined again by Dan van der Kooi, the old man in the sea over in the Pacific. Dan, you were down there in Guatemala. That just looks intense, man.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where you actually had to stop and ask yourself, is this really happening? I mean, we had heard about this potential happening, so we were in a bit of a rush to get the fence up, and then I remember we were just down there waiting when the rains came and just wondering what is going to come around that corner. And as you hear from the emotion in all of our voices at that time, there was horns honking and this and this and this happening, people yelling. And when we saw this, Guillermo, who was down there with me for a long time when we were doing this project, we literally could not believe what was happening. And then the mix of emotions that came along with that, because it was stopping and staring at that massive amount of plastic and trash and then starting to see it go through. And we struggled as a communications team wondering, is this something that we would want to release? But we do believe in full transparency, and this is part of the story. So we thought, what better thing to release to the public than something that shows the progress that we make and being fully transparent in what we were doing.
And Dan, that being fully transparent, I think that's a double-edged sword sometimes, because, a little side story is that no matter what we seem to show people sometimes, there's always one guy or one bot with like 11 followers on Twitter that claims it's all staged and then it's retweeted and stuff. How you've seen this with your own eyes. How do you process that?
Yeah, it's one of those difficult things where we ask for support in a lot of ways as a nonprofit. And one of the things that I often think about is that there's so many ways you can support us by following us on social media, sending money, just supporting us in these ways. But there's also the way of supporting us, as you said, when these comments come through social media, the ridiculousness of them and the thought that we as an organization would do something like this and saying, why would this happen? Why would somebody stage plastic in any way, shape, or form? You've heard the passion in everybody's voice throughout the last hours. Nobody is in the business of faking anything. So we often get this accusation because there's a lot of trolls on the media, like you said, the social media. They want to stir controversy. people can support us by not following this, but we often also like to point out the ridiculousness. We did this in the case of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. One of the trips we were out there, we came back and we heard that we had been staging the plastic in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. I can tell you firsthand that that is absolutely 100% not true. I stand behind every piece of trash that's pulled out of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch with my life. But we passed this along to our offshore reporter, Dominique, and said, hey, get us some reactions from the crew that are on the deck of the Maersk tender, that when you stand on this deck and you feel the trash hitting and it comes pouring at your feet, how real is this plastic?
So some guys just called bullshit on the whole operation and said that by the look of the plastic that was on deck, it's only been in the water for about 1 hour. What would you say to this guy?
No, we go through enough work taking this stuff in. We're not going to bring it out with us. It's just, you know, we're here to clean everything up, not to make a bigger mess.
We've been here for the last 5 weeks, and we've been in there for our sea, like I said, multiple times every day. And we see, we see the plastic going through. We're inspecting it every day with underwater cameras and stuff like that. Believe me, it's been there for a while.
So, Andy, it must feel like a bit of a kick in the teeth witnessing all these kind of comments, not quite believing what's happening out here. What would you say to them?
It is disappointing to see that people doubt what it is that we're doing here and what we're trying to achieve. It would be brilliant if we could get people to come out and witness for themselves and see what it is that we're actually doing. Logistically, that's just not possible. But we hope that, through the use of video and social media, we're able to show you exactly what it is doing and have that layer of transparency. And you can see the impact that we're having on the ocean already.
And I'm back in Rotterdam. I am joined now. If anything goes wrong, it's going to be during this interview, and this will be my last day at the Ocean Cleanup, because I've got the three heavyweights in the room here. I've got the management team here. I'm joined by, he's smiling at me, but that worries me more. I've got Jacob Fonteijne, the managing director, is here. Stacey Santoso, our chief financial officer, and the guy, we just can't keep him away, people. He just keeps coming back. He's so motivated. Boyan Slat, our founder and CEO. And, I've got a few questions for you guys before, you can join the rest of the crew upstairs. And I've been smelling all the pizza and people walking around with bottles while I'm down here doing the grunt work. You'll be able to join them soon. Jacob, or Jacob, going Dutch, if I could start with you. You lead the organization. Is there anything special about the crew here at the Ocean Cleanup? And I expect you to say yes, compared to other teams?
Yeah, I think there is. I worked in a few other teams before I joined the Ocean Cleanup about 1.5 years ago, and I think the cool thing about the organization is the absolute level of passion that you see with people. Passion for basically nature or the planet, however profoundly you want to say it. And that is something that actually is driving a lot of people. And that is the second thing that I think is also unique. I've also seen it in other companies, but we have this dedication to perform. We want to succeed. And that is very cool, but also as a management team, I think I can say that sometimes it's also a little bit difficult because, we're a stubborn bunch. We don't give up. We want to make sure that we are going to be successful in taking that plastic out of the water. And I think that is really cool and really special as well.
No, I can completely second that from, my experience here as well. It is a dedicated, passionate, zealous group of people who really want to solve this problem. Actually, we talked a bit before about you being a beekeeper. Are you in charge of an apiary? Is that the correct term there?
An apiary, I think, is the right word. And as some of my English-speaking friends told me, initially when they grew up, it was something where you keep apes, but indeed it's for keeping bees.
I wanted to make sure I got it right before I was corrected, a la dolphin pod, But would you say we're as organized as your hive here, or is the hive more organized? And who's the queen bee?
Well, I don't know. I think that's a difficult one. I think there's for sure some commonalities. Bees dance to communicate.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah, that's true, because that's a wonderful way of communication. We also dance, not necessarily to communicate, but indeed if we want to have a good time.
So they buzz the move?
They buzz the move. Well, let's not get too serious here, but that's one thing. And I think the other cool thing of bees is that they are of course, highly organized. And I think that is really cool when you look at bees. Bees are completely circular. It's not that we have archaeologists who are finding plastic residues of bee colonies in caves or anything. And I think they could actually serve as an example for not only the ocean cleanup, but I think larger groups of people as well.
We're a not-for-profit, and we don't have shareholders. How therefore, is the organization run? And describing the culture, but with a view to that, it might be different than other, for-profit organizations that have a more rigid hierarchy. Maybe would you say things are different here?
Things are different from a funding perspective, and maybe you should ask Stacey about that. Because,
I will.
Because I think she's more, so to say, on the money and making sure that we have sufficient funds. I think as an organization, we are a foundation, so for sure we are not for profit. That basically means that is not that we therefore are run very differently like any other company, because we have basically a supervisory board that is overlooking the stuff that we are doing as a management team. They make sure that we spend our money wisely, that we do it according to a certain budget, that we follow certain rules. We set ourselves targets, what we want to actually meet, and if we don't meet them, then we are going to be seriously looking at our own performance and the performance of the team. So from that perspective, we are like a real company.
I just started feeling the heat there as you were saying that last bit there. And I do know, and I'll talk to Boyan a bit about this as well, that one of the unique things, at least for me, in the interview process, in joining the ocean cleanup, is that, one of the steps in order to be able to work here is a conversation with Boyan to see if we, have a cultural fit. And so I think that is something that is also quite typical ocean cleanup.
I think it is typical ocean cleanup, and I think the other thing is if that fit isn't there, then it's also, I think, difficult for people to be part of that team and actually find also a bit of fulfillment and happiness in the work that we're doing, because we want to do things together. That I think is one of the cultural elements that we have, and if you wouldn't fit in that culture, I guess things are difficult.
I completely agree. I'm going to let you off the hook for a moment and turn to your neighbor, Stacey Santoso, our CFO, our Chief Financial Officer. Stacey, you are in charge of all things money for us, for this motley crew of passionate, dedicated, zealous individuals. Could you tell us, and the viewers at home more importantly, why funding is so very important for us as an organization?
So we are I think we have a very bold and ambitious mission, which is ridding our oceans of plastics. And it is a very important mission because plastic pollution is actually very harmful for our wildlife and also for our health. And we would like to address those. And we are on top of those. But we are also a non-profit organization. And to achieve our mission, we are really relying on our support and donations from our supporters. So we make a very good progress so far, thanks to all of the support from our loyal supporters and followers, but we're not there yet. So funding is very important to keep us focused and to achieve our mission.
Yeah, I think a lot of people assume since, if they know us that, we don't have to worry about these things anymore. And, we're scaling up. We have ambitious plans. What do you see as some of the biggest challenges facing us when it comes to that financially, maybe in the coming years?
So there are a couple of things for me if we talk about scaling up. I think a few things happening. I think first of all, we are obviously is going to grow in cost. We are expanding our cash flows because we need to expand our operations. And then second, there are a lot of priorities going on at the same time. And that's not easy because then, it means that you have priorities to set up governance, to set up your operations, to set up your processes, and also we need much more resources, and be it human resource, people, money. And I think on top of that, what makes it quite tricky, I would say, is that while you are scaling up, there's a lot of uncertainties. So if you combine all of the elements together, it is very challenging. And the key trick is that how we find the balance to actually find the right timing and the right focus to be able to execute those different priorities at a time to actually get us to the sort of the phase that we want. And it is going to be again, challenging because as we go through that phase, our organization might have to face a sort of unknown territory at some point in time, and you just have to make a decision. So it is a very delicate balance, and that is always, that's what sort of sometimes keeping me awake at night, is there's always that one decision that might make it or break it. But we have a good faith, and it's a very exciting moment, I would say.
And viewers at home can help Stacey sleep at night by supporting us and going to our website, theoceancleanup.com, helping us in any way possible, be it financially, be it coming to work for us, being volunteering for us. We are always looking for cool people to work with, to hang out with. Boyan, I'm sure you'll have the click with them when you do the cultural check interview. I mean, it's not going to be an issue. I'm going to see, Boyan, do you have anything to add to what either Stacey or Jacob said, or should we turn it over to some social media questions?
No, that was very good. Let's do some more questions.
Okay, hold on. Let me just get to the head of the table here so I can... I wish I had 3 hands, but... Not quite yet. Maybe we can get an octopus next time in. Let's see. No, see, I'm being correct. It's the Dolphin Pod, so Dan and I are equally ignorant about marine life, it seems now. Let's see. I am getting a question here. I think a good one is well, this one's for Joel. We'll get him in later to answer that. But okay, this one's for Boyan. Boyan, Jürgen Ploeg is asking the following question: what is our end goal, and when will we describe this project as finished, if ever?
Yeah, I think it's a very good point because we want to help ourselves out of business. It's always surprising to me how few non-profits explicitly state that their goal is to stop existing at some point. Of course, there's exceptions. I guess if you have these very large non-profits, I guess their projects change over time. But I think for the bulk of it, non-profits should make it explicit that their goal is to not exist anymore.
But we mean that. It's not just a soundbite, right?
Yeah, so we run this as a project, and I think the sooner we're not needed anymore, the better it is. So the stake that we put in the ground is to say we want to get to a 90% reduction of the amount of plastic in the ocean by 2040, compared to when we started, which is 2018. And so I think we with the models that we build and the fleets and the system that we design, that's what we use. But of course, we hope to already have very big impact as intermediate milestones on the road to 2040.
I think that is a very noble goal, is the word I'm looking for. And I'm hearing we have time for one last question, actually. So, I don't want to deprive our viewers who have been sending in a bunch of stuff. So let me see here. Ooh. Okay, let's see. Hold on, bear with me here. This is live. This is all live. Jacob, I'd like to know if viewers are able to view on-site cameras in whichever country, river, or interceptor from an app or website on a daily basis, asks Fang Liu.
The question is when or?
Can they?
Can, yes, we can. We have the technology.
Well, that's a very short answer, but it's good. No, I mean...
And the reason we're not doing it is that, in many countries there is pretty strict legal impediments, to use that word, restrictions that allow us to actually take live images and broadcast them to an audience. In some countries you go to jail for that immediately. In other countries maybe you get away with it, but you still don't want to do it because it's illegal.
We'll work on it. We'll get it done.
And I think I just hear from Boyan that we're working on it. I knew that as well. We get this done as well. But I don't want to make any promises I cannot keep. For sure, not on camera, and this is definitely live as well. So, and I don't want to blame lawyers because I'm an engineer. That would also be very easy. I'm not going to do that live on camera either. But it's a legal problem, and we're trying to solve it as quickly as we can.
No, I want to emphasize, as a member of the communications team as well, it is in our best interest. Without communications, we can't tell you guys and show you guys what we're doing, and so it's very important that we're able to do that. But it's not always as simple as that. So it's not a lack of transparency by any means. It just comes with a long list of obligations and complications. So it's a process, kind of like Joao was saying, step by step, we're getting there incrementally. That is it for now. In fact, we are going to go to a very, very interesting segment in this live stream. We've got a bunch of friends from all over the world, and they've sent us some video messages, and we'd just like to share some of those with you, along with some excellent footage that GoPro has been providing us. And we will be back later, so kick back, enjoy, as Interceptor 007 heads up the Californian coast, heads up to buoy R10, where we're going to hang a right, or starboard before I'm corrected, to Ballona Creek. And we will be back with you live, both from California and from Rotterdam, in a very short amount of time.
Hi, everybody at Ocean Cleanup. This is Chris from the band Coldplay. We are your big fans and admirers, and we're so happy that we got to partner with you on Interceptor. Phil, Interceptor 3 or 5? 5, Interceptor 5, which we refer to as Neon Moon 1 and Neon Moon 2. And I'm just so excited about keeping on working with you all, and I send you much love and respect. Bye.
I am glad to have this opportunity to close the tap of rubbish in our river from entering oceans with Interceptor 002, and I am very sure that your new vessel in Los Angeles will do the same. Congratulations and all the best to the Ocean Cleanup team on the deployment of Interceptor 007. Good luck!
Hey guys, Carissa here. I'm really inspired by everything the Ocean Cleanup is doing. As surfers, traveling the world and spending so much time in the water, we really get to see the effects of plastic pollution, and I appreciate you guys tackling this problem head on. I would love to see one of these Interceptor boats in person one day. Thanks again for everything, and best wishes for a cleaner ocean.
Hi, I'm Caroline Mahfood. I'm the CEO of the Grace Kennedy Foundation, and I'm super excited to share with you today a little bit about the Kingston Harbour Cleanup Project. We have partnered with the Ocean Cleanup and Clean Harbours Jamaica on an exciting project to reduce waste entering the Kingston Harbour. I'm not sure if you know this, but the harbour is the 7th deepest natural harbour in the world, and 19 gullies and 2 rivers empty into the harbour every day. The Ocean Cleanup has targeted 11 of the most polluting gullies, and so far in phase 1 we've had 3 interceptor barriers installed at the mouths of gullies, and the Ocean Cleanup's Interceptor tender is carrying waste from those gullies to an offloading site, which is where I am actually filming from today. The project is super exciting. It's a great learning opportunity, and what I love a lot about it is to see the buy-in that we've received from our government partners and from the private sector and from the general public. We have been coordinating monthly cleanups at the beaches near the gullies, and on average we have at least 80 persons come out each month to help clean up our beaches. Here where I am at the offloading site, you'll see behind me the background of a beautiful mural. We have decided that this location is not going to be just a location to separate waste, but we want it to be an educational resource center so that students, as part of our outreach, students can come here and understand why it's important to not throw our waste in the gullies. And so we've made it a beautiful, we've had murals on all the walls, which were done by Pamela Chang and her team, and she's a former Grace Kennedy scholar, and we're super excited about that project, as well as the fact that at the offloading site we've also had a student come and plant mangroves. So there's lots of exciting things happening here, and a lot of exciting things happening in Jamaica. Now, for me personally, why this project is super important is because Grace Kennedy has been downtown, my company has been downtown for 100 years. We're celebrating our 100th anniversary, and we have always been based right here on the Kingston Harbour. One of my directors, Jimmy Masalomon, was the youngest person to swim across the harbor nearly 60 years ago. And sadly, I would not even want to put my toe in the harbor right now because it's so polluted. So this project is going to make a big, big, big difference. And I am really grateful for the Ocean Cleanup coming on board to make this happen. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate you on this exciting day as we see your Interceptor 007 heading to Ballona Creek. Very exciting. I hope you all watching online will really be inspired about the impact that the Ocean Cleanup is having to ensure that our oceans and our seas are rid of plastic once and for all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Guillermo Sosa. I am the operational manager for the Ocean Cleanup here in Guatemala. Currently, we are working on the cleaning of the river Las Vacas, which is a tributary river of the Motagua River. This last one is heading directly to the Caribbean Ocean. So right now we are working to rid off the river of plastic, and I am very proud of taking part of this entire operation. I'm very excited also of the launch of the Interceptor 007 at LA, so congratulations guys. Very proud of all the efforts and passion that the Ocean Cleanups do for the environmental and the entire operation in the planet. So thank you, the Ocean Cleanup. Greetings.
Hello everyone, my name's John Florence. We are down here in Fiji, and we sailed down from Hawaii a couple months ago. It's about a 3,000 mile trip from the North Pacific to the South Pacific, and it's just, I've grown up my whole life around the ocean, and so seeing what Boyan Slat is doing with the Ocean Cleanup is very amazing. It's very inspiring to see what they're doing. One day I'd love to get on one of those ships and go check it out, because you know, this is my life and I see it every single day. Yeah, just seeing what they're doing with the new Interceptor ships up the rivers is amazing as well, because it's such a big part of the ocean. Watching all that water that comes out of the rivers into the ocean and cleaning up that is just another main part of it. Good job, Boyan. Hopefully it all goes well, and yeah.
สวัสดีค่ะ from Thailand. We are on behalf of Eco Marine Operation Partner of the Ocean Cleanup in Thailand. We ready to join with this project in Chao Phraya River in Thailand.
As you see at the back, all containers are part of the Interceptor 019 that will be assembled soon.
So we are excited and very happy
for the deployment of Interceptor 007 in Los Angeles.
So, fight with plastic pollution.
Congratulations. Bye-bye.
Aloha everyone, I'm Kai Lenny, and it's been amazing to follow and watch Ocean Cleanup and all that they're doing to protect the oceans from pollutants and plastic. We as surfers care about the environment around us, especially because that's where we go and have the most fun in the biggest playground in the world. So from time to time, we will actually do some really big beach cleanups, and what we find is most of the plastic and pollutants that come across our shores are in fact not from here in Hawaii, but from other places in the world. And what I appreciate about Boyan and his entire team and what they're doing is they're not trying to just pick up all this stuff with a teaspoon out of a filling tub. No, they're actually trying to turn off the tap so that the plastic and everything that's in the ocean can remain out of it, and we can all have this amazing playground for future generations. What they're doing with the Interceptor out in the middle of the ocean, I think is like one of the coolest things ever, and I hope I get the opportunity one day to go on the boat with them.
Hi, hello from Indonesia. So we're recording from 001. I'm Jessica, one of the waste management engineer for Indonesia.
And I'm Rido as a site supervisor and then to be a river engineer.
Mas Dodi, say hi.
Hi.
So he's one of the operator who's operating the 001. And with this version, we are able to capture 5 to 7 tons of waste per day. And so far, we are able to collect around 313 tons of waste over the running period of 3.5 years.
Yeah, we have heard that Interceptor 007 want to be deployed in Los Angeles. And then, yeah, we hope that Interceptor can be positive impact in terms of the environmental and also for the river. So we want to say congratulations!
Congratulations, 007!
Best of luck for you and team!
Bye-bye!
Hi, I'm Jeff Booth, Laguna Beach native and former World Tour surfer.
Keep up on the effort to clean our rivers and oceans worldwide. We have been working with the ocean cleanup since 2019 here in Dominican Republic, where we deployed Interceptor 004 in the Osama River as part of the multi-sector platform to tackle waste and plastic pollution and drive awakening towards responsible and sustainable production and consumption. We have achieved so much since. Not only we have cleaned tons of waste from the river, keeping it from reaching the Caribbean Sea, but we have worked with the local communities and government actors, both at central and local levels, and many other actors in the country to introduce local solutions for waste management. We have also worked with the academia to research waste, informing worldwide operations, and even contributed to the global Team Seas campaign led by Mark Rover and Mr. Beast that raised millions towards keeping our oceans clean. We are so proud of the work we have accomplished here with the whole society approach to tackle this complex development challenge and are happy to be forerunners of the global action. For us, Interceptor 004 has been a driving force for change, awareness, and boosting local action for sustainable development, and we hope Interceptor 007 can do the same for California. We wish you great success. Welcome to the club.
My name is Tan, and I'm the Operations Manager of the Interceptor Double 3 in Vietnam.
Tôi chào các tôi là Chí, ở dưới tàu VSS trên sông.
Yeah, and today here with us is our friend here. Her name is Lou, and she's been living with us on the Interceptor. We have been operating for 9 months and collecting around 100 tons so far. Today we heard that the 007 is about to be deployed into Los Angeles, so we are very happy to hear that news, and good luck and congratulations. Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Boon Kiet, Director Industrial Product in MEG, a member of Kooy and Boyan Group. We design and manufacture the third generation Interceptor. Our relationship with the ocean cleanup started back in December 00. When we kickstart the projects to design and manufacture the third generation of Interceptors as part of our effort to close the river tap from plastic pollution. We see plastic pollution around us almost every day. There are hundreds and thousands of tons of plastic, and that is both concerning and especially when we came to know that these polluted rivers are very close to the region that we operate. It is not a good feeling. Plastic pollution is a difficult problem. It needs a mega effort to address. It is important to have organizations like the Ocean Cleanup, who has a team of passionate people willing to take on the near impossible mission. Their effort and determination to tackle the relentless challenge to rid the ocean and rivers of the plastic is inspiring people and organizations to do their part so that the world can be a better place. As an organization, Konecranes define vigorous sustainable commitments and support our customers in reaching their low carbon environment targets. We are proud to be an integral part of this effort to provide technology and manufacturing capability for the Interceptor's design and manufacturing effort. Looking back at the last 2 years, working on the Interceptor projects, there is no short of challenges, right? Especially that we have to design and manufacture the Interceptor right in the middle of the raging pandemic, and that was unthinkable during the project phase. The Interceptor 07 It's the first batch of the interceptors that is manufactured out from our crane factory in Bukit Raja, Malaysia. It is also the first time that we put together the unit and sail it 14,000 kilometers across the Pacific Ocean on a breakbulk vessel to US LA. There's no short of challenges during this journey. I'm just glad that the 007 has finally and safely arrived in US and heading towards the final destination where the final deployment site is at the Ballona Creek. Thank you for letting us be part of the journey, and we look forward for the interceptors to operate and start closing the tab at Ballona Creek. Thank you.
Hi, everybody at Ocean Cleanup. This is Chris from the band Coldplay. We are your big fans and admirers, and we're so happy that we got to partner with you on Interceptor. Fellas, Interceptor 3 or 5? 5. Interceptor 5, which we refer to as Neon Moon 1 and Neon Moon 2. And I'm just so excited about keeping on working with you all, and I send you much love and respect. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name's John Florence. We are down here in Fiji, and we sailed down from Hawaii a couple months ago. It's about a 3,000 mile trip from the North Pacific to the South Pacific. And it's just, I've grown up my whole life around the ocean, and so seeing what Boyan Slat is doing with the ocean cleanup is very amazing. It's very inspiring to see what they're doing. One day I'd love to get on one of those ships and go check it out, because, you know, this is my life and I see it every single day. Yeah, just seeing what they're doing with the new interceptor ships up the rivers is amazing as well, because it's such a big part of the ocean. Watching all that water that comes out of the rivers into the ocean and cleaning up that is just another main part of it. Good job, Boyan. Hopefully it all goes well, and yeah.
Aloha everyone, I'm Kai Lenny, and it's been amazing to follow and watch ocean cleanup and all that they're doing to protect the oceans from pollutants and plastic. We as surfers care about the environment around us, especially because that's where we go and have the most fun in the biggest playground in the world. So from time to time, we will actually do some really big beach cleanups, and what we find is most of the plastic and pollutants that come across our shores are in fact not from here in Hawaii, but from other places in the world. And what I appreciate about Boyan and his entire team and what they're doing is they're not trying to just pick up all this stuff with a teaspoon out of a filling tub. No, they're actually trying to turn off the tap so that the plastic and everything that's in the ocean can remain out of it, and we can all have this amazing playground for future generations. What they're doing with the Interceptor out in the middle of the ocean, I think is like one of the coolest things ever, and I hope I get the opportunity one day to go on the boat with them.
Hey guys, Carissa here. I'm really inspired by everything the ocean cleanup is doing. As surfers, traveling the world and spending so much time in the water, we really get to see the effects of plastic pollution, and I appreciate you guys tackling this problem head on. I would love to see one of these Interceptor boats in person one day. Thanks again for everything, and best wishes for a cleaner ocean.
All right, we are back. That's just some of the partners that we've worked with on our Interceptor projects, actually all of the ocean cleanup projects. One of the big partners that we have is, you can see them mounted all over the place. If you look tight on this Interceptor, you'll see GoPros mounted there. We use GoPros a lot. We use them on the communication side to tell the story. Engineers use them for research. This is a tool. It's not just a camera. And we have started a pretty good relationship with these guys over the years. We have them on drones everywhere. And GoPro for a Cause has been a big supporter on this project for us, this specific project, as well as all of the ocean cleanup. Let's learn a little bit more about what GoPro for a Cause is.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to Rotterdam. This is Alex Tobin with Boyan Slat here, and we are all things tech right now. So we've just heard about GoPro, and Boyan, you've brought a few things, well, one thing in particular for a little bit of show and tell, and it gives us a glimpse into some of the technology we use here at the Ocean Cleanup. Walk me through, what's this object that you brought with you? You have something here.
Sure. Yeah, so this is one of the river monitoring system cameras that we use. So before we can deploy in any river, we really need to understand where to deploy, how to deploy. Is this even a river we want to deploy in? And again, every river is different, so it's really important that we understand the river at a very early stage of an interceptor project. At the same time, once deployed, we want to see how efficient these systems are, what's our efficacy, and what's there still to tweak and improve. So to do that, we use these what we call river monitoring systems, which are solar-powered cameras. They have you can see the lens here. So what we do is we attach them usually to bridges. So they're pointing down. It measures the height between the camera and the water level. And what we do is we connect it to the cloud, where we have an AI that we developed together with Microsoft, where there's an image recognition algorithm through which we can automatically convert the number of the images that we see into the count of plastic that passes by. And if we then combine that with the weight of these pieces of plastic, we will know what the tonnage of plastic is that's flowing.
The density?
Yeah, so you have the count of pieces. So say you count 100 pieces of plastic. Then you need to know, okay, how many grams is each piece of plastic. And then if you multiply one by the other, you know, okay, this is the number of kilos flowing out of this river per hour per day.
And does this help us base our decisions on where we are thinking about deploying interceptors as a result?
Yeah, exactly. So it's just this key sort of reconnaissance step before we deploy. It tells us where's the highest densities on the left or the right side of the river, how to place these barriers, and ultimately also how much of an impact do we expect to make in this river.
And I think, while we're on the tech subject, I think we use other tools here when it comes to modeling the riverbed. I think we have some images of that that we might be able to pull up to show everyone at home. And if you could walk us through what this is we're looking at, because it's all Greek to me.
Yeah. So, again, part of this reconnaissance, this prospecting of rivers involves using drones with LiDAR to essentially map the whole environment around a river. So we know, okay, where is the plastic entering a river? What's the whole topography? Again, where do we put the interceptor? And what you see here are GPS tracker paths, which is another thing that we do to study how the plastic flows through a river. So in some locations, the plastic is very spread out in the river. In some locations, it's much more concentrated. And here you can actually see the path of a GPS tracker deployed in the Chao Phraya in Bangkok, which went really far into I think the Gulf of Thailand it's called. And at the same time, it's very interesting when it comes to the deployment of these interceptors, but it also teaches a lot about how plastic ends up in the ocean in the first place.
And are these GPS things what I've heard referred to as drifters here at the office?
Yeah, exactly. So essentially what we do is we put a GPS tracker in a plastic bottle or some kind of object that resembles the plastic that is in the river. And that's how we model and see how the plastic flows through a river.
All right. Well, thanks, Boyan. That is quite in-depth tech stuff, I want to say, and well, for me it is. Look, I'm in communications. You studied. What did you study again? Tell her.
Let's not go there.
Okay, let's not go there. Let's go here instead. Take it away from the past, move to the future. This what we want to share with you is something that is very future-oriented. This is not only an important pilot today for us, for the ocean cleanup in Los Angeles County, but it is also for everyone that uses the beach for recreation, fishing, surfing as well. And Wes Carter, an ex-pro surfer and now filmmaker, Peter King, they know a thing or two about the importance of a project like this. We've been working closely with these guys over the last few months to help tell a very important story that you can check out later. But to give you a taste of something we as the Ocean Cleanup are proud to be a part of in a future episode in Series 2, I've heard, Season 2, I should say, here's a look at Journey to a New Earth.
Like the difference between ownership and stewardship. In the Hawaiian culture, everything was more about stewardship. It's like, I take care of the land, I take care of the ocean because the ocean's going to take care of me, the land is going to take care of me, and we all take care of one another. The whole Ahapua system, which is all about sustainability and, growing your food, everything from the mountain to the ocean. So, the fishermen, the hunters, the farmers, everybody all coexists. So rich for us wasn't monetary. Rich for us was all about life, was about water, was about, sustainability, food, the process of life, creation. The Hawaiian value was all about, can I take care of you? Can I take care of grandma? Can I take care of grandpa? Can I take care of the ocean? The land was all about caretaking.
Where I realized that this problem of plastic pollution was being created by the supply chain that I was a part of.
Come to a beautiful beach like this, it's just like the typical Hawaiian white sand beach. You look closely and you're like, wait, that's not even sand, that's plastic.
And if you talk to any of the guys that have been in the professional surfing world for any significant amount of time, they will tell you.
The amount of plastic in the water. I remember surfing with Shane Palance, Shane Herring one day, thinking, if I fall and I take a gulp of water in my mouth, I might get a bag and die. I might get choked. Because there was that many plastic bags in the water. I couldn't believe it. It was like seaweed everywhere.
I do feel like a responsibility to give back, and I always feel like that to give back to the kids, and hopefully they could have a better ocean than I even had in the future.
And at a certain tide, it just converged right in the lineup and just kept getting recycled around and around and around, and more was coming out the river, and the current was pulling it down the coast right to where we were, and it seemed to just get stuck there.
We want to be good stewards of the planet. We want to make decisions that are in line with life, with healthy life. And when I saw that Atlantic Packaging was in a position to have a major role in that, it was a life purpose kind of moment.
Surfboard packaging was really problematic for so many reasons. It's really difficult to pack. They're using lots of different materials. It's slow. I mean, John Pizell told us it takes his packers over 25 minutes to pack one surfboard. Not efficient at all. We came up with two or three, I think it was 3 different package configurations that we thought had promise. And then we landed and we showed John 2 of them that, we determined, hey, these are pretty good options here. They're fiber-based. And so then the next real proving ground is how well will it ship?
We saw a pretty impressive change in packaging. For years and years, everybody's kind of been saying, on the surfboard side of things, shipping, there's just so much plastic and everyone's just so paranoid about how things show up. And these guys came in and kind of revolutionized how we're packaging, and, the recyclability of it's pretty impressive. Not to mention the time constraints, and talking to them, it looks like the pricing's kind of right in line with what we've been doing. So we're pretty stoked to kind of move forward and kind of turn the page into the next step of shipping and being sustainable.
standing on the shoulders of guys like Kelly Slater and Kai Lenny that are riding giants. The one thread that I think we all have in common is that, impossible is just not in our vocabulary, and with pollution and climate change, it just can't be. It just can't be. Humans are the most innovative, ingenious, beings that we've ever encountered in the universe. I mean, we are really good when we're together. Look at what we've done. Just look at what we've done in the last 100 years. It's remarkable. So to think that this isn't a problem that we can solve, I don't accept that, but what it will take is a lot of energy and a lot of work and a lot of collaboration, a ton of innovation, that has to happen. And it requires talents from everybody. Like, none of us can do this on our own. It is forcing us to do it together. And I actually think that's an incredible gift. And I think this is the exact same thing. It is an opportunity for our generation to come together, to refuse to lie down in the face of a tremendous adversity and say, we're going to do this. And we're going to fail along the way. When we fail, we'll fail fast. And we will get up and keep going until we fix this problem. And I think we have all the tools to do it. And the primary tool is just human ingenuity and collaboration.
How awesome was that? And I can't wait for one to see series 2 of that whole production, especially when it's about us. I mean, come on, bring it on. Now we're coming to the fun part. This is stuff I've been waiting for all day. Interviews, yada, yada, yada. This is good stuff because, we regularly receive letters from all over the world, and they truly provide us with a great deal of support. It helps the team just to know that we're on the right track and that people are behind us. It really is wind in our sails. All sorts of letters, older people, younger people, but the best letters, of course, are from the kids, from the next generation, the people we're basically doing this all for. And with me again, not talking about money this time, oh no, it's our Chief Financial Officer, but it's also our Chief Feel-Good Officer, Stacey Santoso. And Stacey, you and I, let's take a quick look at some of the letters we've received from kids. If you could open that up and just read it out and show the camera what we've received. It should be open already. We've already... Oh, wow, I see. No, but let's get the...
Let me open this one.
So, that's nice and green. Show the drawings on that one.
Oh, this is really
colorful.
Colorful, and I love
What
the
does it
turtles.
say?
So let me read it up. Hello, Clean Up Ocean. My name is Jessina Asal.
Asal, yeah.
Yeah, I am 6 years old. We had a yard sale, and I made jewelry made of beads and bands, and I sold my jewelry. Oh. I wanted to give 6%. I think so. 6%. Wow, that's very nice.
I know.
Very nice, Jessina. Thank you so much to save the ocean, because I love what you do, and I want to help as well. So here's a bracelet.
Yeah.
Let me show it up. Oh, this is a pretty one. And here's my donation. Good luck, and let me know what I can do to help clean up our ocean. And Clean Up Ocean, when you're done cleaning the ocean, can you give me a picture of the ocean?
I think we can arrange a picture of the ocean, yeah, and also pictures of us reading your letter and wearing your bracelet. Thank you very much, Jazina. I'm going to take another look. Let's see, I'll try to read this one. Let's see if we can take turns here. I have a nice card here. There's a great drawing. Oh my God, look at that ship. That's System 002, if I've ever seen it. Let me take a look here. What does it say? To the Ocean Cleanup. That's us. Hi. I really appreciate the work that your charity does. I did a sponsored... Oh boy. Sponsored... I did something sponsored to support the ocean cleanup, and I'm writing to you to thank you for everything your charity is doing. What you're doing is amazing. Keep going. Lots of love, Penny.
You have to mention the 5 hours.
Oh, for 5 hours? A sponsored... But what did you do for 5 hours, Stacey? That's like, well, it's like the live stream. We sometimes just don't know what we're doing, but we're doing it for 5 hours. We have time for one more, I'm hearing, Stacey. If you want to grab this one.
Grab this one. Oh,
it's a two-parter. Oh,
wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Suggestion. for technical
Okay,
improvement.
let's get our engineers on
Let me see.
Oh, this is tight.
Oh, wow, this is
Somebody's
very professional. Hello, Mr. Slat. My name is Paul. I'm in 4th grade, and I go to Castledale Lane Elementary School. I have came up with an invention that I think is a good invention that you and I can work on. I also think my invention can help your whole company with their ocean project. My invention could make cleaning the plastic and the trash in the ocean faster and easier. I call it the shoot and reel. Interesting.
It's catchy.
The invention that I came up with is basically a gun, well, a tube, that shoots a net with a leash on it and grabs the piece of plastics, and then you can reel it in, and the machine inside can recycle it by making it into a brand new sheet of plastic. I'm very impressed. Yeah, I don't even know how this should work. The reason I think you should...
Stacey, so the cameraman can see your face while you're reading too.
The reason I think you should work with me is because I think this is a good idea, and it seems like it could be kind of easy to make, except for the part where it turns the plastic into a brand new sheet of plastic.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's
always a complicated part.
So we could work on that. Finally, I want to be an engineer when I grow up, so you could maybe teach me some things, and I could possibly teach you some things.
I think Paul needs to get in touch, or our engineers need to get in touch with Paul. We can have that call with Boyan. I think you fit our culture. And the shooter reel, I think it has a future. You saw it here first, folks. All right, Stacey, thank you very much for dropping by. I'm going to sit here, and I'm going to have a next guest join me where Stacey was just sitting. Have a seat, Thorson.
Thanks.
And, follow the kids' letters. I mean, that's a tough act, man. That's, well, guys, as you undoubtedly know, you don't have to read any of them. I mean, you can read them, but you don't have to read them out loud. One of the ways in which we stop plastic from making it into the ocean is what we call closing the tap. We need to tackle our polluting rivers as well. And I'm now joined by Thorson Wegener. He's an operations manager for our rivers projects. Thorson, no T there. Thorson, when do you consider a river project to be successful?
Do I hold it or you?
No, I got you, man.
All right. Well, I'm obviously in the ops team, so...
Why do you say obviously?
Sorry. So I look at it from an operational perspective. So if we have a deployment and we have the system installed in the water, then the actual trash will be taken out of the water, right? So for me, when a project is successful is if that specific interceptor system is running like it should, right? Trash is getting out, but also the system around the system is running like it should.
So would you say system Interceptor 007, the one is like the ultimate outcome of a river project, at the end?
Yes, it all comes together, I think. We got a full river coverage, so we can catch all plastic which is coming in. We got the logistics set up, so we can remove the plastic efficiently and bring them to a recycling plant or the next one.
Well, Interceptor 007 will be installed, as you know by now, everybody, in the short term. But meanwhile, multiple interceptors are being built at this very moment. Barriers are being installed, data is being collected, and that's a lot of stuff going on all over the place. But actually, all of this is just the start. Thorson, what does it take to scale up to tackle all of these polluting rivers around the world?
Well, we'll not go into funding. That's made for Jacob, I guess, to answer. But from a technical perspective, I think we need to build a firm or a solid foundation, a solid basis. We really need to learn what a river does, because a river is different from day to day, almost. We need to learn our solutions, our interceptor solutions, whether, first of all, they fit, and how we can optimize it, both from a technical perspective as from an operational perspective. We need to gather the data, the lessons learned. We talk to the local operators, even the local fishermen, just to get the experience from the river, Get it all here within the team, use that data to learn, to take it to the next step, to validate basically our technology, and use that for the different rivers.
And well, the different rivers, 1,000 rivers, that's a very ambitious project. You've got your work cut out for you. I mean, and every river is different. I believe our founder and CEO says, what's the saying? One river. If you've seen one river,
you've seen one river.
You've seen one river.
And even on one day, or you've seen one river on 1 hour of that day, basically. All the time. So it is key to get those data in and to get those lessons learned in, to really understand how a river behaves.
Thank you very much, Thorson. Thank you. It's great. It's great to hear. I'm going to have my third and final guest in this segment of the show join in this seat here. So I'm sorry, I'm kicking you out now. There are 1,000 rivers, so it is like a doctor's office in here. I mean, come on. Next patient we have with me. Well, many of you regularly ask us what happens to all of the plastic we retrieve from rivers and from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And I think Stella and I, we should be showing these off. I'm not going to take it off because I'll be blind and I can't see anything else. But they look really cool. As you can see, with me now is Stella van der Berg. Stella, we have Interceptor Solutions all across the world. So many people write to us. They want to know what happens to the waste extracted. What are the common challenges we face when we want to process the waste that we collect? You have the answer for them that they've been waiting for, right?
Right. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, so even though we have projects all across the world, we do see commonalities in the waste characteristics. So the waste we extract from rivers, some of the characteristics are that it's wet, it's highly mixed, it has a very high organic content, and also in terms of volumes and composition, that can vary due to seasonality. In rainy seasons, it's different than in dry season, for example. And the main challenge is that this waste is difficult to sort. At the Ocean Cleanup, we have our recycling and waste management guidelines, and one of the guidelines is that we adhere to the waste hierarchy, which means that recycling is the best option to process the waste. If that is not possible, we would look for recovery processes such as waste to fuel or waste to energy, or landfilling, safe disposal as a last resort.
So what are the factors that, would make something recyclable maybe, or something, maybe, I'm saying as a layman, a lesser quality plastic that just can't be recyclable?
Yeah, that's a good question. And at this moment, in our Interceptor projects, the waste does not get recycled. And that does not necessarily have to do with the quality of the plastic, but with the lack of infrastructure in these locations where we operate. So usually, if you look from the best option then down to the second or third best option, usually we end up with the option of bringing the waste to a landfill, which is in that case the best solution to make sure it doesn't return to the environment. But yeah, preferably we'd sort and recycle that waste.
Now, we just touched upon how there are many, many different types of waste out there. And this wouldn't be a fun segment, without a little bit of show and tell here. Let me just move some of this stuff over and bring in some of this stuff. Now, hold on. I'm gonna walk over. Actually, I'm not going to walk anywhere. I have some gloves for you, Stella. Oh, you've got your own? Okay, we're well prepared. Yeah, hold on. Some of this stuff it's been out there for years and years and years, and I'm trying to do this with one hand here. I'll just, so this guy, I want to be extra careful with this guy here. We've got all sorts of stuff. And if you could kind of just maybe, give us an idea of some of the stuff. I mean, some shapes we'll recognize, like I recognize a cup here, and but others, there are a few toothbrushes here. What is this? Do you know what that is?
I think this is a car seat, child's car seat. I believe most of these objects are found in the ocean, with the exception of our
colored friend here. I believe it was found in Guatemala. But indeed, so a lot of objects have been floating in the ocean for years, sometimes for decades. And what we see is really different types of objects. The common thing about the objects and why they are floating in the ocean is that they are made of the floating types of plastic. So even though it gets to different shapes and objects, they're more or less the same type of plastic. And tell us about these. What are these for people that might not? Well, they're sold. Sorry, you can't hear me. What are these, Stella? For people who are watching at home, you might recognize them. You might not. I know what they are. They're sold out. But what are they? And where does the plastic used to make them come from? So these are the ocean cleanup sunglasses. It's the first product we made from the ocean cleanup plastic. And actually, this plastic was the first catch from the ocean that we did with System 001B back in 2019. And from the fishnets we collected back then, we recycled these and made them into these beautiful pair of sunglasses. But they're sold out. People are going to want to know, can I still order any? What's going to happen to them? No, these sunglasses, indeed, it was a limited edition made out of our first ocean plastic catch. And really for us, the sunglasses was a proof of concept to show that actually we can create treasure out of trash. And to also prove the idea of the of the full circle concept, which basically means that we extract plastic out of oceans, recycle the plastic, turn it into new products, sell the products, and raise funds to continue the cleanup. And we learned a lot from this project. Number one, of course, yes, we can make trash into treasure, but also that making products is, it's a very it's a whole different thing than cleaning oceans, right? So we want to focus on our mission, and in the future we will work together with brand partners to make them use our plastic in their products. Excellent. Thank you very much, Stella. This has been really interesting for me, how to see, how something like this might end up, being worn on my nose and protecting my eyes from those UV rays. Well, we could not even begin to collect all of this plastic without the support of our partner Maersk, the international shipping company headquartered in Denmark. And we work closely with a bunch of the crew at Maersk. Ashlee Ellsworth is one of them.
My name is Ashlee Ellsworth. I am the Project Logistics Manager for the Ocean Cleanup on behalf of Maersk, who is the logistics and marine partner for the project. We are here in the lovely Victoria, Canada today, where our ocean plastic catch is finally moving back to Europe for recycling. So what you can see behind me is in these 40-foot containers, you can see all of the catch that we pulled out of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch using System 002, also known as Jenny. So all of these 40s are going to be moving back to Rotterdam, where we're going to be working with our local recycling partners to, hopefully turn them into future products similar to our sunglasses. Right now we have 9 that are going to be moving back. Currently out on the Maersk Trader and the Maersk Tender, we have 20-foot containers that we're also filling with plastic catch. So once all of these, move back, well, we're hopefully going to fill 9 more containers and then many more to come after that. So over the last 6 voyages, we've managed to extract 90,000 kilos of ocean plastic from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch that we've now consolidated here in Victoria, Canada, as it's now going to make its way back to recycling in Europe. So why is this plastic special? Well, other than the fact that we've pulled it out of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, we're also able to track exactly where it's come from based on our use of the DNV certification as well as chain of custody. So every single piece of plastic that we pull out of the water, we trace from where it is to how it gets to the final recycling facility. So what happens to the containers now? They're going to be trucked to the rail in Vancouver. From Vancouver, they're going to move to Montreal. In Montreal, they will then load a Maersk vessel bound for Rotterdam. And in Rotterdam, once again, they will be loading a truck to their final destinations at our local partners' recycling facilities, where they will be turned into granulate and ultimately into products again. These type of logistics They're huge in their undertaking, but thankfully we have partnerships in place that help us to accomplish the goals and technologies that the ocean cleanup we're trying to implement and ultimately lead to cleaner oceans for our future.
And this is Rotterdam speaking to the land crew. Do we have Ashlee Ellsworth out there? Ashlee, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Alex.
I can see you loud and clear, too. How are you doing out there? And have you seen that interceptor coming closer? That's what we all want to know.
It kind of feels like New Year's Eve when you're waiting for the ball drop. You can see it getting closer and closer, and that countdown has started. I can actually see the interceptor. It's just off to my right, and, you know, we know where it's going to be going, to these buoys right behind me, and we're almost there.
Excellent, excellent.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, I was going to say, you must be getting, you know, really energized, getting the energy out here. Are you guys heading out to the, you know, the arrival point after this?
So that's actually where I'm standing.
So
the interceptor is going to be on its way to Ballona Creek. I'm actually standing at Ballona Creek in front of where we currently have the 4 mooring buoys that we're going to be attaching the interceptor to once it arrives here.
Wow, so that is the end of the line for today. This is good. We're getting close, Ashlee. Thank you so much. It's been great checking in with you from Rotterdam here. And, you know, good luck out there. Keep the spirits up. And, yeah, I'm envious of you guys seeing it with your own 4 eyes. 4 eyes? 2 eyes. I got 4 eyes.
4
Thanks,
eyes.
Ashlee.
My glasses are on my head. Thanks, Alex.
All right. We have set ourselves a huge mission, and nobody can go it alone. And luckily, we have partners. Partners here, companies and organizations who aren't afraid to step up and feel that they, too, want to make a difference. Here's an example.
For me, it all started when I was 16 years old. I went scuba diving in Greece, and I was hoping to see all these beautiful things like you see in the documentaries. But I then went underwater and I looked around me and I just saw more plastic bags than fish. About 1 billion kilos of plastic enters the oceans every year. That's quite a lot.
If we don't do something, it might be too late.
We cannot wait anymore.
You know, everything we care about can be destroyed.
The mission of the ocean cleanup is to rid the oceans of plastic.
Sustainability is not something that we can own, and we cannot do anything by ourselves.
There's a similarity between the ocean cleanup and Kia, that people like to act. We don't like to talk.
The sustainability is not new for us. We have been doing many actions for many years now. What we see right now is the sense of urgency.
We can reach more people together. We will not be able to reach our mission without partners. We're basically duplicating what we're doing, the largest cleanup in history.
Yeah, plastics are one of the largest threats our oceans face today. And I think it's a huge problem. At the same time, I think it's also very solvable.
We basically can recycle them and create new material for us.
And this is where ocean cleanup is so important, because they will collect the waste that is now causing so much damage in the ocean and will transform this plastic again into a new product.
Our direction towards sustainability is not just about reaching specific goals, but rather to inspire everyone to join this movement.
Real impact,
create value,
co-creation,
movement.
Kia, movement that inspires.
And hello again from Rotterdam. You must be getting really familiar with my face by now, but that's okay because I have a nice assortment of other people with me here. Right now, it's our partnerships director, Nisha Bakker. Nisha, welcome to my little live stream corner of the world today. I want to talk partnerships with you for a few minutes here. Why is it so important for us to form partnerships like, you know, with Kia or with Coca-Cola, things like that?
The easy answer is we wouldn't have been able to do anything by ourselves.
It's just we need to do this together. We're in this together. This is a mission too big just for ourselves. So we team up with those partners who authentically want to make a difference together with us and who can help us make a difference in multiple ways. First of all, funding, but also with knowledge and expertise, sometimes with in-kind contributions, and the whole mix of that makes it ideal to partner.
Well, you mentioned expertise and knowledge and stuff. For example, Coca-Cola. What is something that a partner like Coca-Cola can give us in knowledge and expertise that we might not have on our own?
Coca-Cola has one big advantage to opposed to us, multiple of course, but the biggest asset Coca-Cola brings to this partnership is the fact that they're present in every corner of the world, and we aim to roll out our rivers operations and deploy interceptors around the world as well, and Coca-Cola can help us with the network they have at the local level.
I'm going to throw you a bit of a curveball question. Well, not a curveball question, but a big question here. When it comes to funding, and keep it short, what would you say is our overall strategy? Can you say that in a nutshell?
Can I say 3 things?
You can. Okay. 3 short things.
3 short things. Funding, key. Like, it needs to be more than it is now. Like, the past couple of years, we were focused on validating our technology. Now we're slowly moving into scale up, which means we need to steeply increase the money that we're getting in. That's 1. 2 is a lot of the money that we've been getting so far has been one-off donations, which is great. But in order to scale, we also need to start planning ahead, and we need to know what is coming in next year, and the year after, and the year after. So we're looking to diversify into multi-year funding so that we can actually start planning ahead. And then the third one is, and I already mentioned it, diversification. We cannot be solely dependent on one resource. We need to make sure that we get funding in from different levels. And we created a problem together. Like, the plastic out there is not just one person throwing it out in the ocean. We created this as a society, so we want to solve this as a society with multiple stakeholders as well.
I've been hearing that trend. We can't do it alone. That is definitely true. And we don't just take money from anybody, do we?
No, of course we have our due diligence. Of course we are selective with who we work with, but we also try not to exclude anyone. Anyone who genuinely wants to help us clean the ocean and has the right intention will be open to talk with you.
I am glad to hear that, because what about all of the folks watching right now, this very moment? I'm sure many people might work for companies, many people might own companies, and they might want to get involved. How can they contribute to our mission?
There are multiple things. Yes, please, if you work at a company that could be interesting for us, then please reach out via your company. You can reach out as an individual, make an individual contribution. That could be financially, but we're very interested in knowledge and expertise and skills as well. So we have vacancies, so you can apply for us. You can also become a volunteer. And so there are multiple ways of supporting us.
Well, thank you very much, Nisha. It's been really enlightening. I mean, we have all sorts of crazy partnerships, from Coca-Cola and Kia to Coldplay, and we've been involved in the Team Seas campaign. Speaking of partnerships, the most important one for Interceptor 007 is with Los Angeles County, I would say. And it seems 007 already had a few interesting visitors while it was camping out with the Coast Guard down in Long Beach.
I'm Holly Mitchell, supervisor for the 2nd District, and I proudly represent the Ballona Creek community. So we're here actually on the actual Interceptor that we've heard a lot about these last couple of years. Before I joined the board in 2019, the board had the vision to really take a proactive step to deal with trash on our beaches, trash in the Ballona Creek community. And we know that ultimately finds its way to the ocean, which is a problem, particularly when we think about the Ballona Creek community that sees annually anywhere from 30 to 60 tons of trash that finds its ways through our stormwater drain system out to the ocean. And so the Interceptor is a new, innovative way to capture trash before it gets to the ocean.
Hi, this is Director Mark Estrella from Los Angeles County Public Works. So it's interesting. This is one of many solutions, if you will, a redundant system we've been building over many, many years to remove floatable trash from our system. Part of that system is also educating the public, upstream barriers, a lot of different types of filters, and when we get to the Interceptor, it's the last piece that we're trying to capture. So altogether, cumulatively, LA County can improve the quality of the waters, not only our beaches, but the waterways above and the lakes and streams that we have in LA County.
I'm amazed at what I see here in terms of its use of technology, the solar panels that help power it, the fact that it will have no emissions that will be emitted from it. To hear the other places all over the world that have interceptors and the amazing work they're doing to try to reduce the amount of plastics and trash that are entering the ocean.
Well, look at where we are. We have Playa del Rey Beach right over here, and I can see some people standing on the breaker wall over here. I think I've got somebody from Los Angeles County here. Kurjan, are you there? Can you hear me?
I am, Dan. Hello.
Hello, I've got a very special delivery for you right here. I'm going to need your signature on this one, though. How you feeling?
Oh, we feel fantastic. This has been a 3-year labor of love for us. We're so excited, and as the supervisor said, we believe so strongly in innovation, especially when it's for public good. So this is really, really an exciting day for us.
And seeing it in real life at the Coast Guard is one thing, but now seeing it actually pulling into the location where this is going to be a pilot project for the next 2 storm seasons. What does this mean for you? You've been a big part of this project.
Well, thank you, Dan. And it's true. I actually go back about 3 years with this project with the original signing. I've been working in education and stormwater pollution prevention for nearly 20 years since my son was born. I lived in Long Beach, where the LA River deposited quite a bit of trash on the beach, and when there was a storm and I wanted to walk with my son, I couldn't because there was so much trash. So there's a personal connection for me and for our team at LA County Public Works. We're so excited to put this technology out, both because of its innovation and technology, but also because it's a great talking point for the community to know that stormwater pollution, ocean pollution starts in their backyard. When you allow trash, bottles, cans to collect on the streets, it's washed into waterways like Ballona Creek, and it ends up in the ocean. And this is just one of the ways that we're looking to stop that from happening.
Right. And this is not as simple as us. We're not just going to pull this in, hand you the keys, turn it on. There's some preparations that still need to be made. Go through this a little bit, as well as what's going to be happening on the 22nd.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's so important for us that the community and their voices are brought into this process. So we've been out for the past few Saturdays. We'll be out this upcoming Saturday, the 8th. We'll be out on the 15th as well with a pop-up community resource event. And then on October 22nd in the morning, we're going to have a celebration with the ocean cleanup, a lot of our partners, and certainly our biggest partner, the members of this community.
And as we're sitting here and we're watching boats passing by and people all over watching this, the looks on their faces are incredible. What is the energy like in this area right now? Like this neighborhood, your team, everybody that's been involved with this, when you're talking about this, how excited is everybody?
Well, we've been working so closely with Supervisor Mitchell's staff, and they've been out with us on these weekend events. The engagement out here is absolutely incredible. There's a lot of excitement about keeping this waterway in particular clean, but also the 75 miles of county coastline. We know that this is just an early start to using technology like this in waterways around the world to protect the ocean, marine environments, and public health.
There is a lot of excitement starting to happen here. I'm seeing Alex and Chris on the ops boat. The tug is now switched around to the back. It's going to start pulling it into the actual position. This is actually a very cool thing to watch. What do you think about watching this part of it in person, and what is the preparations going to be like for your team on the communications?
Well, we were so excited to be part of that initial visit at the U.S. Coast Guard who hosted this for us, and thank you to that team at the Coast Guard for allowing us to prepare this site. You can see just over to my left, and we're actually on one of the ramps that will anchor the vessel into place. In terms of communications, we're making sure that we're here in the community, visible to answer questions and to talk about this exciting bit of technology. But also we'll be looking to local media partners to engage the community broadly and to talk about the possibilities of this pilot project.
Very awesome, Kurjan. Well, thank you so much for your help with all of this. It's been amazing, and I know you got a long road ahead of you, and it's starting to get busy for you right now. So enjoy the rest of this moment. This is very cool. It's cool to be a part of. And I'm hearing that we have somebody else on the line right now. Is this true?
Yeah. Hello, Ben.
Oh my, I know this voice. Who do I have on the line right now? It's somebody that I think is about 1,300 miles this direction.
Yeah, that's approximately where we are. I'm Flemming, I'm from Denmark, and I'm the senior offshore representative from the ocean cleanup. So I'm working out here in the GP. So that's where I am right now. Yeah.
I am with Flemming Sloth Anderson on the phone. We are next to Interceptor 007. I'm talking to him, who is on the Maersk tender in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. Flemming, are you able to watch this happen? What is the crew feeling like out there in the middle of the ocean watching an interceptor get put into a river?
Yeah, happy. We know it will help, so they help us clean up as well. So yeah, this is thumbs up for that, no doubt.
You have quite a history offshore with the ocean cleanup. What have some of your favorite memories been in your history with us out there?
Yeah, that has been a lot, especially on the 1B when we pick up the first plastic, and those we made the sunglasses of was a special moment that we saw it was actually happening that we can put plastic up. But also when I was out here for the first time on this system 002, when we had the first load, the big load, that was scary, and it was happy and sad at the same time. So that's maybe the biggest moment to me, seeing that coming up of the ocean.
I remember that moment, and I also remember you doing some sort of little Flemming-esque dance. Are you on camera right now? Can you do this little dance for this moment for the ocean cleanup and the world? I know you love this, man.
No. I'll dance for you guys, but not for the whole world. I'm pretty sure my wife would be.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's good. That's good. Yeah. So.
Excellent.
This is nice. Thank you.
Well, Flemming, it's very cool to talk to you again. It's been a long time. I love the work you do for us. It's so important. You're such a big part of this this ocean cleanup family. I hope you feel that.
Yeah. I'm feeling good, and I'm out here, and I don't know why, but I'm here. That's who I am, you know.
Yeah, I know. And what's the rest of this trip going to be like for you? How long are you going to be out there?
We have it's 4 weeks back, and we will make a lot of tests. We have get some new wing section, and we are testing them. We are not always agree with the Pacific, but we'll get along with the Pacific, so we'll get along with that.
Excellent. Flemming, thank you so much for joining us all the way from the Great Pacific Garbage Patch for this moment. This was extremely cool, not only to hear your voice, but to also hear it when something is happening like this in Ballona Creek. I'm going to send it back over to Rotterdam to Alex. Alex, what's the energy like over there?
Hello, Dan. The energy is great. In fact, I've got somebody in the near vicinity who wants to talk to you guys in a minute, but I want to see, can we get a camera up on the 7th floor? Hey, everybody, make some noise up there. These guys, we could not have done anything without them. The energy is absolutely great. As you can see, it's been a blast. We're all learning tons of stuff from each other all day. We're extremely psyched that our little Eagle Interceptor 007 is coming to land over there. Boyan, come on. You're still here, man. Come on, get in with me. How do you feel about this? Come on, say something about this. This can't leave you entirely, cold.
It doesn't. No.
Oh, good.
No, I mean it's super exciting. I just saw the footage of the Interceptor arriving at Ballona Creek, and I think it's a great day for the ocean cleanup. It's another milestone. It's our 10th deployment or 10th river that we're active in. But also, of course, the people of Los Angeles and just the ecosystem around the city. Of course, year in, year out, tons and tons of plastic was being emitted from this river, ended up on the beaches, the famous Californian beaches, sorry, somebody took him over here.
Oh, it happens to me all the time.
Yeah. Is this my mind? Am I losing my mind? I know I feel now. So of course it's the famous Californian beaches will be helped by it, but also of course the waters from really the whole west coast of the United States. So I really hope this. So of course such a pristine, beautiful ecosystem that you have there. So that this interceptor will be intercepting plastic there. I'm again very excited to see the impact it will have in the years to come.
Cool. And it makes sense. It's a partnership that makes sense. It's a progressive county, progressive state. We're a progressive company. Come on, let's do stuff together. I mean, I'm hearing you guys, I'm sorry to disappoint, but you're going to see the last of Mission Control here in Rotterdam because, I might just be the guy in front of the camera, but there are so many people behind the scenes here that have been working their bleeps off and actually are making all of this happen. I'll leave the F-bombs to somebody else. I need to shout out to our production crew here, our director, JW, Floris, and all of the crew at Stream My Event. Flo, Dario for making me look good, by the way. Florent, Erica, Jessica, the team at Riff, Shane, Joost, who have all bent over backwards to make sure this looks as smooth as we're ever going to want to get it looking. And of course, a massive big thanks to all of the crew here who came in and answered not only mine, but also some of the questions you sent in. We're all ready, as you saw, to get this party started up here in earnest here in Rotterdam. So from me, Alex Tobin, this is Mission Control with Boyan Slat signing off. Let's go back to Ballona Creek for one last time. Take it away, Dan.
Hello, Alex. Thank you so much. We are wrapping it up here. Behind me, you can see we're pulling it into place. Right next here, we got Alex and Chris Reichard, the project lead here in LA. It has been an incredible day, really. If you think about this, we started around 6 o'clock this morning at Long Beach, and we towed this thing in the Pacific Ocean to Ballona Creek, right next to Playa del Rey and Marina del Rey. And yeah, the crew we have is incredible as well. Not to mention the partners. We wouldn't be able to be doing this if any of these partners weren't involved. Live View, what we have done today at such short notice, you guys rock. Thank you all. Captain Blue with the boat, JJ with Key Code, and Chase with Key Code, the land crew, Camp Curly. I got a seal right there pulling up. Jimmy, I got Vic and Val here. Always good hanging out with them. We have GoPro's here, Jordan from Kind Humans. These guys flying these. This has been amazing. These drones, you can't even imagine. I think one time I got a little bit of a haircut from this guy, which was great. But especially thank you to Los Angeles County. You guys, Los Angeles County Public Works, this has been amazing. We've delivered you an Interceptor. So here you go. It's behind me. Take good care of it. And from Ballona Creek, I want to say a very special thanks again to everybody. And we are signing off from the Maverick. So thank you all. Have a great day.